Whoa, I don't remember that before. OBS just asked me if I really wanted to start the stream. I'll have to turn this on too. Why, yes, OBS, I do really want to start the stream. I've never seen that before. That's kind of crazy, actually. Of Sinnoh streaming. I know, that's the great part about sharing the thing, because I always see... I log in and I see who's... Not log in, I open Twitch and I see who else is streaming. Echo's streaming right now. I actually just got off stream. She was playing Windcraft. And... I joined for Legendary Island. And I think she's doing Bed Wars now. Sinnoh's streaming Genshin too. Let's see. Anyway, close this. Run that ad. Oh, get Twitch drops. Ayo, I can get Twitch drops for watching Neon Jungle Tiger play Genshin Impact? That's pretty cool. Run that ad break. Get rid of those pre-rolls. Out of here. Gone. Like that. Reduced to atoms. Sent to the Shadow Realm. Boom. Out of here. Why doesn't Twitch say that they're gone? There we go. I was gonna say, I see those ads playing. You better get rid of them. You better get... Also, I'm like really late. Also, Luigi sent me a bunch of cool stuff about new artifact sets on Discord, so I'll talk about that too. Also, I gotta actually log into Genshin. I pre-installed, so I launched the game and it was like, hey yo, actually update your files. Should I move my mic? I feel like something happened to my mic. Maybe nothing happened to my mic. Maybe something happened to me. Also, you might hear it in the background, and I'm really sorry about it. You might hear my fan in the background. No! Paimon! No! She's talking about the new event. She didn't do this I logged in on my phone this morning, and she didn't do anything like that. So, I was like, nice! But then she just did it just now, so that's kind of an L for me. Anyway, I might as well... There's no game capture. There's no game capture. Also, I feel like I'm too big, but I feel like I'm okay here. Game capture. There we go. Oh, you're not quite in the right spot. I don't even know why I bother hiding my UID. It's honestly just so, like, I know who's sending me friend requests. And so I know it's either random people who took the time to dig through somehow, or they're, like, people who see me in co-op. I don't know. It's a little thing of mine. Now, we determined before that Genshin was a little quiet, so I'm glad I turned that up. Unmute, or mute that. Genshin. Now, I also was a little baby boy and I decided to buy Primo Gems again because I'm a little loser like that. But, I copiumed. We're here to cope, and that's coping for me. Also, I ended up with... Only having 3 characters always screws me up. It always gets me. This actually is much louder than I thought it was going to be. Having 3 characters always gets me, because I look at I see someone in the last slot, and I go, aha! You're there to, be in my slot 4, right? And then they say, well, actually, I'm not. I'm actually not. I'm actually here to be your slot 3, and it always gets me. That was a pretty good trial. I like Toma. I really like Toma. I like how he looks really cool, and I like how his kit works. It's just, I don't have a need for him. I guess I could put him in a Yanfei team, although it seems kind of redundant, and I'd rather just have Bennett. Although and also, I don't think they've changed this, but I'm pretty sure... What a weird choice, too. This is something that I personally would never do. What a weird choice to put Mika in slot 2. I hate that so much. I want you to know that I personally would never put Mika in slot 2. Mika would permanently be in slot 4 if this was me designing the party layout. And Diona would be slot 2 for the simple reason that your field support, like your support that you have, always goes slot 2. It just makes sense. Because then you can be like, swap 2, Just E2. It just makes sense for me. I always put Diona slot 2. I always put Bennett slot 2. Or slot 4. Or slot 3 for Bennett. Honestly, I can put Bennett anywhere. But I like putting Bennett in slot 2 because when I'm almost always running him with Xiangling. And so I've just got so much muscle memory of Bennett E and then swap to Xiangling. So I just have a whole like 2E1. Like I just have that muscle memory. I would always put Mika in slot 4 because he's the last person you're going to switch to. Like you're going to use his skill, you're going to use his burst, and then you're going to switch to your DPS, who I always put in slot 1. Now this is the same thing, but everyone shifted down one. I hate this even more. Diona's still slot 4. Oh, but at least they give her sack. Did they give her sack the first time? I feel like they gave her sack the first time. And now we go crazy with Razor. I think... Yeah, okay. I did actually look at Razor combos. And one of them was inside his burst, your combo is going to be... Your combo inside his burst is going to be the full normal combo, and then you cancel the last one with your E, and then you dash out of that to cancel that, and then when you don't have your E up, you do the full combo, and then you dash cancel that last one to get rid of the end lag. This is a very aggressive team, though. It's a real team. It's definitely a team. It's probably one of the more accessible teams, honestly. Also, I do have a sandwich with me. I'm gonna be eating. Because I can't imagine... Ooh, I moved my mouse and the whole camera spun. I can't imagine there's gonna be too much that's happening. Obviously the quest, but... I'm gonna chill for a little bit beforehand. Klee's combos. I can't jump cancel on Klee. I'm not that good of a gamer. I am, however, a good enough gamer to, Oh, they actually gave her nice teammates this time. That's good. She had some really bad teammates last time, if I remember correctly. I'm gonna wait for Layla's thing to run out. There we go. Not what I wanted to do. That worked. I don't. Please, the character that I just go, I don't know what you... Oh, that was a perfect time. I love that my burst let me cancel all of that. Please, the character that I just go, I have no idea what you do. I have no idea. I've never taken the time to figure out how you work. This is only her... Is this her second rerun? I don't know why I opened up this screen. Also, yeah, 83 wishes. Because I bought more. Is that the only... Is this her second rerun? Because I feel like she was... I feel like she was already a character when I started playing Genshin in 1.3, at the very end of 1.2, I think. No, the very end of 1.3, because 1.2 is Albedo. When they give her Pale Flame. What'd they give you, though, is the real question. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this. And then we're gonna just do this. Okay, cool. They have their thing up. I just gotta wait for other cooldowns to end. Like this one. And we're just gonna immediately holdy, because why not? There we go. Plenty enough. And then... quick swap into... Oh, are you the only one? You're the only one! Isn't that right, Leon? Exit stage. Maybe this is a hot take, but I think that Song of Broken Pines is a little too spicy. I think it's too blue. I don't really... Can I look at it in the... This isn't the right archive. It's this archive. Can I look at it here? If you can't tell, I really like my dull weapons. I really like its unascended version better. Although I do like Ascended Redhorn. Although Unascended Redhorn doesn't look bad. I think Song of Broken Pines just glows a bit too much. And we look at it here probably better. I think it glows too much when it's ascended. It's too, like, fluorescent. Also, I'll probably do pulls at the end. I used my 50 pulls and I used one that I got from Stargulator, so we're at a clean 60 now. And out of that, I got... Where is he? 2 more Tomacons, so he's now C3, which is pretty poggers. And we got 2 Mikacons, so he's now C2. I wanted to use... Did they change? Is this part of the rework too? That's nice. That's nice that they changed this. Excuse me. Here's a little lesson in cookery. This is going down in history. If you want to be a super... It's probably going to tell me I can't make any more. Oh no, I actually didn't. Okay. Alright, I used them yesterday. If you want to be a super villain #1... And Nilo hit... Oh, I need to clear that off of my thing here. Nilo! It's a pretty name card. And my login bonuses. Oh, and the compensation. Nice. Oh, that... Double 300 sure was a lot. I don't want to do this commission anymore. Wait, actually, this is a different one. I thought this was the cook-off one. I'm turning the game a little bit for me. And by a little bit, I mean I'm changing it from 4% to 6%. Leave it to me. I chose to put Kasaha in this just because when I'm doing Inazuma comms, I usually get Thundering Wilds. And so you kind of need an Animo for that. Also, I thought about bringing Farazan because she's really useful for that. Seeing how she can use her E and then she can do 2 charge shots. But I figured out... Oh, okay. There might be a commission related to this, or achievement related to this. Gourmet Supremos... Extreme Cookout. That's what this is called, right? Extreme Cookery. Both sides grant the achievement Samurai. Okay, cool. So I get the achievement no matter what. Oops, I took the one that has a lot of enemies, but they're weaker. Oops. That really confused me for a second. Right, he wants me to fight... Can I go fight these other ones, or do they just disappear? Can I fight these guys too? Or are they passive? Oh no, he's already laid them to rest. Okay. He moves fast. Or is this the one with more powerful enemies? This one has more though. Although I feel like that's a consequence of not wanting to have that many, Oh, that was fast. Not wanting to have all of the models they don't need. That's not a real reason for me to go, excuse me, around like this, was there? It's your trusty friend, Kaede Harakazaha. Like, Kaede... Oh. Oh, I feel bad now. What's her name? I feel bad now. I should know this. The lady in Danganronpa 3. The ultimate pianist. The main character in Danganronpa 3. What's her name? It's Kaede something. What's her name? Kaede... Miuruma, Shuichi Saihara, Ryoma Hoshi. Actually, I can't even think of. Okay, there are a lot of them I can't remember now. Okay, I feel less bad about this. Tsugumi Shirogane, the ultimate cosplayer. Let's try and go through all the ladies first and then all the guys. Actually, I feel like going through all the guys first is gonna be easier. Okay, let's go through all the guys. Shuichi Saihara, Shuichi Saihara, the ultimate detective, Ryoshi Homa, Ryoma Hoshi, the ultimate tennis player, Kaito Momota, the ultimate astronaut, Go, what's Gokuhara? What's his name? Is his name Goku? I don't know. Him. You know, y'all know who I'm talking about. The ultimate insectologist. Is that what they called him? Insectologist? No, they called him something else, right? Anyway, the big buff dude with glasses. He collects bugs. That guy. There's a word. It's not insectologist. There's an actual word for somebody who studies insects and bugs. So Shuichi, Ryoma, Kaito, what's his face? And then Kokichi Oma, the ultimate supreme leader. And then where are the... Okay, so there's one in there and there's one in there. Okay, so Kokichi Oma, the ultimate supreme leader. I'm gonna wait until bro decides to get a little bit farther away. Okay, there we go. Ryoma, Kaito, Shuichi, Goma, Goku, Goka, whatever his name is. I almost called him Kokomi. Kokichi. Who else was there? Ultimate Supreme Leader, Ultimate Detective, Ultimate Tennis Player, Ultimate Astronaut, Ultimate... Oh, Entomologist. Entomologist? No, Entomologist is someone who studies words. The guy Todd Habercorn voices, Shinguji. Kurekio Shinguji, the ultimate anthropologist who studies the history of humanity and, like, human culture. There should be 16, so there should be 8 guys. 8 guys, 8 girls. That's usually how it goes. Shuichi, Kaito, Ryoma. Shuichi, Kaito, Ryoma. Goku. I'm gonna call him Goku. Kokichi. Kurekio. 2 more. 2 more. I don't think V3 had an uneven cast. Who am I not thinking of? Oh, Rantaro Amami, the ultimate adventurer. Ultimate question mark, question mark, question mark? He's the ultimate question mark, question mark, question mark. That's a spoiler, I guess. So who's the last one? Rantaro, Shuichi, Kaito, Kokichi, Ryoma, Kurekio. Nah, I've lost one. Oh. Rantaro, Shuichi, Kaito, Ryoma, Kokichi, Goma. And wait. Now I've lost track. Shuichi, Rantaro, Ryoma, Kaito, Kokichi, Goku, Goma, Goku, Korekio. So who's the last guy I'm not thinking of? Who's the last guy that I'm not remembering? Who am I forgetting? Ultimate Detective, Ultimate question mark, question mark, question mark, Ultimate Astronaut, Ultimate Anthropologist, Ultimate Bug Dude, Ultimate Supreme Leader, Ultimate Astronaut. Who am I forgetting? Okay, I'll go through the rest of the characters. That's 7. There should be, then there are 9 more, and I'm forgetting one guy. And then you have Kaede something. Miyu Uruma, the ultimate inventor. Maki Harukawa, the ultimate child caregiver. Sugumi Shirogane, the ultimate cosplayer. Tenko Shirabashi? Something. Her name's Tenko. The ultimate Neo Aikido artist. So, Kaede, Mew, Maki, Sugumi, Tenko. What's her face? Magic Girl. She's voiced by, I think the same... Is that, Mary Cabanos? Same lady who voices Chiaki. What's her name? It's, oh, Himiko Yumeno. The ultimate mage. So that's 6. So I'm missing 3. Who else am I missing? Oh, how could I forget about Kira Buckland as, oh, what's her name? The ultimate maid. What's her name? I also dragged the VTS window a little bit, and everything got all funky for a second. I need to make sure. Okay, so now I gotta do something annoying. It's called lining up this window, because I can't make it perfectly 16 by 9, but what I can do is line it up with my Genshin window, which is 720, and then make it the same size and length. That's close enough. That's close enough. That might look a little weird. Does it look fine? It looks like it looks good. I'm looking at no, it looks like it's a little short. No, it looks like it looks fine. It looks like it looks fine. Okay, so we got Himiko Yumeno. So we currently have, I've come up with 7 guys and 6 girls, which means I'm missing 3 people. So we got Himiko, Kaede, Miyu, Tenko, Sugumi. Oh wait, okay. I actually gotta like use my hands to count this. Kaede, Miyu, Tenko, Sugumi, Maki, Himiko. That's 6. And this is gonna get me too. The ultimate maid. She's voiced by Kira Buckland. So, Kaede, Mew, Tenko, Maki. Kaede, Mew, Tenko, Maki, Sugumi, Himiko, maid. That's 7. So I'm missing 2 people. Because there's no way there's only 14 people in V3. I have to be missing 1 guy and 1 girl. Who am I not remembering? This isn't gonna help me at all. Who am I missing? I presume I'm missing 1 guy and 1 girl. But who am I missing? Oh! Of course it's him. For the guys, I'm missing Kibo, K1BO. Kibo, the ultimate android. And he's voiced by Lucian Dodge. And I think it's Lucian Dodge. And he'd probably say something like, "That's robophobic." Of course it was him that I forgot. Oh no. Out of all the characters I could have... Hello, Luigi. Out of all the characters I could have forgotten, I forgot the android robot whose whole character gimmick is that he calls people robophobic and that he's like, people are persecuting me and treating me differently because I'm not human. Of course he's the one I forgot. Okay. Okay. I'm not robophobic. I'd like you to know this, Kibo. Lucian Dodge, I'm sorry. It's Lucian Dodge, right? He voices, a guy in V2 as well. Well, not V2. He voices a guy in Super Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair. That's what it's called. Who does he voice in that game? I know he doesn't voice anybody in Trigger Happy Havoc. He only voices somebody in V2, or not V2, in Super Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair and Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony. So who's the last lady I'm missing? Who's the last lady that I'm missing? We've got Tenko Chabashira, I think that's her name. The ultimate Neo Aikido artist. Kaede something, whose last name I can't remember, who's the ultimate pianist. Miyu Uruma, the ultimate inventor. Himiko Umeno, the ultimate mage. Maki Harukawa, the ultimate child caregiver. Sugumi Shirogane, the ultimate cosplayer. No, I already said her, didn't I? Okay, let's go back. Miu, Kaede, Tenko, Maki, Himiko, Sugumi, Maid Lady, voiced by Kira Buckland, whose name I don't remember. That's 7. Who's the last girl I'm missing? Because if there's 8 guys and 7 girls, that's only 15. Danganronpa V3 definitely had 16 people. Who's the 8th lady? Ultimate pianist, ultimate inventor, ultimate mage, ultimate child caregiver, ultimate Neo Aikido artist, ultimate maid, ultimate cosplayer. Who am I not thinking of? Who am I not thinking of? Okay, I'm gonna look this up. This is gonna bug me. Let me see. Let's see. Who's in this game? Oh no! I hate this for me. I hate this for me. Oh no, of course the 2 people I forget. The only 2 people I forget, the 1 girl and the 1 guy I forget, are the 2 minorities. Oh no! I'm making this a bigger deal than it is. Of course it was. I forgot about Angie Yonaga, the ultimate artist. And I don't know how I forgot about her. I really don't know how I forgot about her. Cancel time? You know it. I don't know how I forgot about her. She's such an important part of some of my favorite parts of that game. And she's even got her own catchphrase. She's like one of the only characters that has a catchphrase in the entire series. How could I forget about her? She has her own catchphrase that she says. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. How did that happen? And she's great. She's so funny. She is so wild, and everybody treats her like a nutcase, because she kind of is. But she's so funny. And she's got some great, like, hangout events. But now, I'm not gonna say that the characters that I had trouble remembering were characters that died early on, and I had a much easier time remembering the characters that survived. I'm not saying that if you go back to the stream and you go, these are the names that Neon was able to remember very quickly. I'm not saying that those are the characters that are integral to the plot and may or may not survive until the end, while the other ones die earlier on or halfway through the game. I'm not saying that, but that might be the case. Okay, let's see if I can name the Super Danganronpa 2 characters. Well, we've got our main character. There's also 16. Yeah, there's 16, and 15 is the only one that the first game's the only one that only has 15 characters. The other 2 both have 16. They have a nice balance. The first game, you have Hajime Hinata, the main character. He's the ultimate question mark, because he has amnesia. So we'll do the guys first again. Hajime, the ultimate unknown. Nagito Komaeda, the ultimate lucky student. Kazuichi Soda, the ultimate mechanic. Teru Teru. Maru. So I don't know what his last name is. He's the ultimate chef. So, Hajime, Nagito, Kazuichi, Teru. Then we've got Gundam Tanaka. Oh, he's the one who's voiced by Lucian Dodge. Gundam Tanaka, if I remember correctly. The ultimate, like, animal breeder. That's 5. And then there's, I don't remember, Yakuza guy. something. Something. He's the ultimate Yakuza. And then there's Nekomaru. He's the ultimate team manager. And that leaves the last guy as... we come across the... oh! Byakuya Chogami, the ultimate affluent progeny. Yeah, the ultimate affluent progeny. That's what they called it. I don't know. That's what they translated it as, anyway. Yeah, Byakuya Togami, the ultimate affluent prodigy. So those are the 8 guys. The 8 ladies are Chiaki Nanami, the ultimate gamer. Sonia Nevermind, the ultimate princess. Photography girl. Mahiru. Yeah, Mahiru. I don't remember her last name. The ultimate photographer. Mikan Sumiki, the ultimate nurse. So that's 4, right? Because we got gamer girl, photography girl, princess, and nurse. Yep. So 4 more. That's half of them. So Mikan, Sonia, Chiaki, and Mahiru. Oh, and then of course we've got what's her face? Toko, not Toko Fukawa. The ultimate traditional dancer. I don't remember her name. The little snot-nosed brat. With the comically twin-tailed haired. Yep. And then Akane something, the ultimate athlete. I think she was just the ultimate athlete. She's the ultimate gymnast. Was she the ultimate gymnast? I think she was the ultimate gymnast. Although she kind of did, maybe she was athlete. She kind of did all the sports, especially in the anime. So that's 6. So we get 2 more. Who am I forgetting? Pekora. Pekora? Pekoyama, not Pekora. Pekoyama. The ultimate swordswoman. Peko. And then the last lady. Who am I not remembering? Who is it this time that I'm not remembering? Mikan, Chiaki, Mahiru, Dancer Girl, Akane, Chiaki, Nanami, the ultimate gamer, Sonia Nevermind, the ultimate princess, Mikan Sumiki, the ultimate nurse, Mahiru something, the ultimate photographer, something, the ultimate traditional dancer, Pekoyama, the ultimate, I don't remember her last name, the ultimate swordswoman, and Akane, who I also don't remember her last name, the ultimate gymnast, I think is what she was. Oh, how could I forget about you? How could I forget about her? How could I forget about Ibuki Miyoda? My favorite character in all of Danganronpa 2, by far. Ibuki's my favorite. If you ever have to answer the question, who's Neon's favorite character in Danganronpa 2? It's Ibuki Miyoda. It's Ibuki. She's really funny. She's really funny. She's got some great parts like in the main game too. But Ibuki's funny. She's fun and wild. She's just a very exciting character. And then I can probably easily do the Trigger Happy Havoc people. For the guys, you've got Makoto Naegi, Byakuya Togami. So Makoto Naegi, the ultimate lucky student, Byakuya Togami, the ultimate affluent progeny, Yasuhiro Hagakure, the ultimate Hierophant. Is that what they call him? Fortune teller, whatever they call him. He can see the future 30% of the time. Or 30% of the time, it's correct. Mondo Owada, the ultimate gang leader. Kazutaka? That's not his name. That's Kadaka. The guy that Sean Shiplock voices in the dub. The ultimate Public Morals Committee member. Whatever, him. So, Makoto, Byakuya, Yasuhiro, Mondo. I should remember his name. Is his name Tanaka something? I don't remember his name. He's the ultimate public morals. He's the ultimate like public morals committee member. Basically like ultimate hall monitor is what people call him. He's the fifth one. But he has a whole thing with Mondo. They have a whole thing where they have like a promise as men because they bond while trying to outlast each other in the sauna, seeing who can stay in there longer, and then they end up like becoming BFFs. The first game, Trigger Happy Havoc, also is the only one that has an unbalanced cast because once again, only 15 people instead of 16. So that actually means there's probably less. There's actually less guys than I thought there was. Yeah. So there's Leon Kuwata, the ultimate baseball star, Makoto Naegi, the ultimate lucky student, Byakuya Togami, ultimate affluent progeny, Yasuhiro Hagakure, ultimate hierophant or fortune teller, or whatever, ultimate seer, Mondo Owada, the ultimate gang leader, Hall Monitor guy, and is that it? Is that it? Are there 9 girls? There's no way that's right. There's got to be one more guy I'm forgetting about. Leon? Oh! The ultimate fanfic creator, which was a translation for the ultimate mangaka. Hifumi Tojo? Is that his name? Hifumi Tojo? I feel like Hifumi Tojo is not his name. No. No. Hifumi Tojo is the girl. She's the Go? Shogi. The Shogi girl from Persona 5. What's his name? It's Hifumi something. Is it Hifumi Yamada? It is Hifumi Yamada, yeah. And I think those are the only guys. I think it's just Hifumi, Leon, Makoto, Byakuya, Mondo, Hall Monitor guy, and Hifumi, Leon, Makoto, Byakuya, Mondo, Yasuhiro, and Hall Monitor dude, whose name escapes me right now. So there's only 7. As for the ladies, Kyoko Kirigiri, the ultimate question mark. Chihiro Fujisaki, the ultimate programmer. Aoi Asahina, the ultimate swimmer. Sakura Ogami, the ultimate martial artist in general. Not wrestler, martial artist. Celestia Ludenberg, the ultimate gambler. Sayaka Maizono, the ultimate pop sensation, which was a really weird way to translate that. They didn't go pop star, they said pop sensation. That seemed really weird for me, even though it's like ultimate idol. It seemed really weird that they call their ultimate pop sensation. So then I need 2 more. Celeste, Kyoko, Aoi, Sakura, Chihiro, Sayaka. Who am I not thinking of? Junko Enoshima. That's 7. That only 14. Junko Enoshima, the ultimate fashionista. There's gotta be another girl. There's gotta be one more girl. That's only 14. Who's the last? There's no way. There's 15. There's definitively 15 people. Who's the last girl that I'm not thinking of? I mentioned her earlier. Toko Fukawa, the ultimate writer. Or author, whatever. Whatever you want to call her. I think she's listed as the ultimate writer. Yeah, Toko Fukawa. And with that being said, let's start this. I'm gonna switch to English. not what I wanted. I'm gonna switch to English just because it'll make it easier. Oops, that's not English. And I'm gonna change the party to this. Even though I'm pretty sure she has Serpent Spine, right? Yeah. So I will instead change it to this.
Can't sleep.
Tenacity. Okay, we're not getting an emblem or a noblesse buff, whatever. We're gonna take Eula in. I like to think I know a decent amount about Danganronpa. I definitely don't know the most. I actually don't know. There are a lot of things I don't know a lot about, but if you want characters and general plot outlines for most of the stuff that's not the novels, I got you. I got you. I have my favorite characters. I know who my character, who's my favorite. I actually don't have a favorite out of V1 or out of Trigger Happy Havoc. I don't think.
Ah, Paimon and the Traveler. I've been waiting for you.
I'm gonna put this on auto.
Whoa, looks like Jean wasn't the only one waiting for us. Klee and Kaya are here too.
Hopefully this isn't too quiet too. It's really hard for me to tell how loud things are because I have a fan blaring in my background.
Honorary night. It's been so long.
Ah, look who it is. You've caught me
Completely off guard this time, but then again, it's always a pleasant surprise when you two show up. I can't hear anything that he's saying.
Guess we were so excited to see Jean again that we
Okay.
forgot to knock.
It sounds okay. I think it's okay.
Wait a sec. You weren't talking about anything that we're not supposed to hear, were you?
Oh, so no one ordered Good Hunter? We're gonna go for this one. Sorry, wrong address. Is this not your Uber?
Hey, stop pretending like we're doing food deliveries.
We're doing Tava
It's
Eats.
been a while since we last met, but I can see you two haven't changed one bit. Don't worry, we weren't discussing anything confidential.
That's the voice of Yui from Sword Art Online right there.
About you.
That's Stephanie Sheh.
Maybe we should let the star of the story explain it in their own words.
Unless I look it up and I found out it's not.
Let me tell it. A few days ago, I was reading Todoko Tales in the solitary confinement room when all of a
Oh
sudden...
no, it's Stephanie Sutherland. Never mind. Another Stephanie. Not Stephanie Sheh. I thought Stephanie Sheh did something in...
The window? How does the letter fly?
She not? I thought for sure.
Like a bird does.
Amber Lee Connors, why is she trending? Why is she #1 this week? Oh, because of the new Tower of God thing?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be because of Master Detective Archives. I feel like it's because of the new Tower of God
It must have
to be
been
announced
talking
thing.
About how to avoid solitary confinement.
Yeah, I don't think I have a favorite character out of all the characters in Trigger Happy Havoc.
Just saying.
I like Leon's
We don't
design.
wanna let a teachable moment slip by.
I know. Anyway.
I don't know, maybe Kyoko?
Oh, Klee,
Maybe
I'm
Kyoko.
leaving. I see you've wound up in the solitary confinement room again.
I don't know.
Sorry about that.
I'm not as attached to the Trigger Happy Havoc cast as much as I am to the V2 or the Danganronpa 2 and V3 cast.
Kindly invited you to visit
I think I like the most amount of characters in Danganronpa 2's cast out of all of them. That sounds great, doesn't it?
In principle, yes.
Um,
But the issue is that Alice's friend
yeah,
is
I
quite
think I
far from
like
here.
the most characters out of 2's cast. I like most of, I don't think there's actually a character I dislike.
The Knights of Favonius
Maybe characters, I
never
think the only two
faced
characters that
chaos
I'm not like
alone.
the biggest fans of
Klee is
are
rather
Akane and
intent on taking
Nekomaru,
his friend up on this
but they're
invitation.
not bad characters. I just don't like them as much as the other characters.
You see, so we were
Like,
wondering,
and it's not even like I like the other characters, like, but Kazuichi and Teruteru have their funny moments. They have some funny meme lines that they have.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to
Um,
see us.
I'm also
I
not the biggest fan of
apologize, but
Chiaki.
Klee gets along with you so well.
If I'm being completely honest.
couldn't think
I
of a
think
more
she's the
suitable choice.
blandest, like, sub protagonist, or like the main. I think I like it's really I like the setup between Hajime and Chiaki, but I think that Chiaki's the most boring heroine out of all of the games, out of all 3 games.
With Miss Arthur,
That's just my
Knuckle,
personal opinion,
he's
though.
not afraid of anything.
See, I told you.
But
this
no,
should
I
hurry.
definitely think I
In
like the
that
most
case,
amount of
we'll leave
characters
Klee in the
in
trusty hands
Danganronpa
of the
2.
tribe.
Although I'd say I like the characters in V3
Thank you,
more.
Kaya.
I just like
You
more
should
of
join
the
them.
2 characters than 3
I
characters.
noticed you quietly completed that backlog of paperwork we had. You deserve
I
a
really like
chance to
Kaede, I really like Shuichi, I really like
So
Kaito, I really like
yes.
Maki.
Well, I suppose I have no reason to refuse.
Oh, Kurumi, that's her name. Kurumi Tojo, that's her name. The ultimate maid that I couldn't remember the name of.
Still, Sumeru is pretty far. It's gonna be a
Plus, I don't
long
know.
journey. Don't worry.
V3, I think, for the most part, stands better as a standalone. I feel like you really have to play 1 in order to get the full effect out of 2. And I just don't. I think 1 is easily the worst game out of all 3, which makes sense. It's the first game. I don't think it holds up against the other 2, but the other 2 are just so good that obviously the first one's going to be the quote-unquote worst one. You really have to play 1 in order to really get the maximum amount of effect out of 2, and you really in 3 as well. But
Sounds very mysterious. I still think we should use it sparingly.
3
After all,
Kadaka
we don't
went
know the
crazy.
exact location of where we'll be headed, or what
But no,
dangers we may
I
encounter
really
on the
like
way.
the story of 2. 2 has one of my
Here's what I
favorite
suggest. Traveler, you're well
class
connected. I'm
trials.
sure you must have friends who
Well,
have
actually,
been
2 of
over
my
to
favorite
Sumeru.
class trials
I
out
say
of the
we start by
entire
teleporting to one of
series,
them.
and also
It'll give us a chance to test out the magic
2
invite, and
of
also find
my
ourselves a
well,
local
yeah,
guide.
one of my favorite chapters of all time,
Kinda makes sense. And since it has 3 uses, there's
and
no
2 of
way
my
one of
favorite
them go to waste.
trials. I think
Couldn't
it's
have
what
put
is it?
better myself, Paimon. So, do you have
I'm
a
trying to think of
particular
the order now.
contact in mind?
Well, we need someone who's familiar with Sumeru and can be our guide. So, sounds like we need a
I think it's
forest ranger.
chapter 4. I think that's the one. I'm not going to say anything else about it because I don't want to spoil anything. But I think it's chapter 4 of Danganronpa 2. I think that's my all-time favorite
That's the one. Maybe we can
chapter
get
in
teleported
all
out
of
then.
Danganronpa.
All right, Gandharvaville it is.
Okay. I'm happy wherever we go. It's
I
fun
also
doing
I want to
things
play them on
on
stream
our
because I want to see people's reactions to
We should be on our way then.
that chapter just in
If you'll
chat.
excuse us acting
It's one of
like
my favorite parts about watching Danganronpa Let's Plays or streams is I love watching people's reactions to what happens in V2 and just how wild it is, and then how like even crazier V3 is. After like how simplistic sort of the first game was.
Gandharvaville.
But
Gandharvaville.
I do actually want to replay V3 at some point because I want to make sure I've got everything correct. If I remember correctly, there's one trial in V3 that doesn't make any sense. And I want to replay it because if I'm remembering how it works out correctly, there's one part where something just happened because the plot necessitated it to, and it didn't make any sense at all. And I want to make sure that I got things right before I talk about it. I also can't really talk about it because that's like major spoilers.
We were about to end up someplace super weird. Sorry, it was an accident. It's okay, Klee. Good news is this magic invite really does work.
Fascinating. One moment we're in Mondstadt, the next we're in Sumeru.
So this is where Mom's friend lives? Wow, there are so many big flowers. Oh, and jumpy mushrooms.
Jumpy mushrooms,
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet.
like Stranger Things.
Oh, yeah. Paimon was pretty creeped out the first time we saw one of those.
I thought that maybe it was the mushrooms and the
Those
spores from
jumping
The Last of
mushrooms
Us.
are called
That wouldn't be good.
fungi. They may look cute, but if you get too close to one, it'll try to hit you with its cap.
Really? Okay, well, I'll hit it back with my cap.
Please gonna cap a mushroom. If it rolls up,
Jacket too. I'll definitely win if it's 2 hats against 1.
please gonna roll up and cap a mushroom if it tries fronting on her.
As long as playing with hats doesn't escalate to playing with bombs. But
That's such a
we're
Klee thing to
friends,
say.
So we should be able to convince
That's such a Klee thing to say.
Explosion free, right? I'll be extra careful not to blow anything up.
What about blowing things down?
I mean, I'll try my best. That's very good of you, Klee. You're being very grown up today.
Why does this sound like the Peppa Pig thing?
Super grown up.
I
I'm
like
already
listening to this
organized.
music. It's
Okay,
very grown.
Well, keep up the good work, because very soon we'll be introducing you to a friend of ours called Tanari in Gandharvaville.
Can I switch back to Korean if Tainari's gonna speak? That's not the right thing. Can I switch back to Korean if we're gonna talk to Tignari? Like, what's it? No offense, Zach, but I don't know. Oh, he's actually like not. I thought he would be up here. He's actually just like chilling at like the entrance. Oh,
Hey, look! It's Kale! Huh? And is that Eula with her? What's she doing in Gandharvaville?
right. I do need to make one important change. You, as great as you are, Rosaria, and as impressive stats as you have, need to be Amber. Yeah, Amber on Adventurer with Slingshot. Yeah, there we go. Amber on Slingshot. Did you pull yet, by the way, or saving it for the end? I'm gonna save it till the end of whatever this is. I gotta have something to pad out the stream, Luigi.
Definitely heard the other forest rangers mention somebody dressed like that before.
It's Susie Young.
I see. Then it looks like my suspicions are correct. Hmm? Who do we have here?
They're like,
Traveler
they're both
Violet.
friends of a friend.
Huh? Oh,
That's my favorite part about Kale and Eula. So they're both friends of a friend. Like Amber's friends with Kale and also friends with Eula, but Eula and Kale aren't friends with each other yet.
hi, Kale. It's been ages.
Oh right, Klee was there.
Kale, Eula, what are you two doing
Eula
here?
didn't exist yet, so she wasn't in the manga or the manhwa.
Well, that question's really more for Eula.
Did Eula? I feel no. Didn't she mention? We know that Eula travels around a lot, or Yanfei travels around a lot. Because Yanfei talks about how Eula saved her when her caravan was attacked by like treasure hoarders or bandits or something, and Eula also remembers meeting Yanfei and being like, "It's great. Yanfei is so like she's chop chop, all about business. It's great. She's so forthcoming and forthright."
What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into a fellow Favonian captain this far from Mondstadt. How's the vacation going?
Oh, so she's just on vacay. Okay.
Seriously? Bring the whole crew, why don't you?
She's like, I finally got away from all of you.
Is it just Paimon, or does Eula not look particularly thrilled right now?
Who's up for some afternoon tea?
Oh, cool! Great idea! Let's go!
She's making...
If you're trying to accommodate me, there must be some misunderstanding. I'm fine. There's nothing embarrassing about running into colleagues in the wild.
Like when you're a kid and you go to the grocery store and you see your teacher at the grocery store and you're just like, you exist outside of school? Feel like you work a 9 to 5, you got like a desk job in a cubicle, you clock out for the day. Then like on the weekends, you go to like an amusement park or something and you see like the guy like 2 desks over, or you see like the representative from like the sales department and they're like, you like get on and you find out that you're like right next to each other on the same roller coaster, and it's just like, oh, it's you, huh? And they're like, yup, it's me. And they go, huh, didn't expect to see you here. And they go, me neither.
But earlier you were...
Which means either it's the start of a great friendship or potential romance if rom-coms are anything to go off of, or it's just going to be something that neither one of you are going to ever talk about again.
Great. Well, I'm sure there's a fascinating reason behind why you're all the way out here in Sumeru. Do share it with us.
If you must know, it's a little complicated. But
Oh,
simply
cousin.
put, I'm searching for a
She's
cousin
finding her
from the
roots,
Lawrence
or
clan.
she's the root and she's trying to find them. So she's the root that's finding.
He went missing recently, and after searching his home, we found evidence that led us here. He appears to believe that somewhere in Sumeru lies the key to restoring our clan to its former glory.
The former glory of the Lawrence clan.
All the way to Sumeru for that? What was he going to do? Enroll at the academia?
That would be quite a roundabout way to achieve his goals.
I doubt he came here to learn. He's much too old to start getting a basic education now. And from what I know of him, I doubt he has any interest in intellectual pursuits.
Wow, what a roast. He's much too old to start getting a basic education now. I wonder what that means. Like, is he just too old to I feel like the academia isn't a basic education. That's like saying, it's like he's much too old now to be going to college. Like, what does that even mean? They never really talk about how the academia works. Like, did they do preschool? Are they like a K through 12 and then like an undergrad, grad, and like masters? They got like a postgraduate course? Like they grad school? They do postgraduate? Can you get your PhD? I mean, I feel like you'd be able to get your PhD there. I feel like tons of people at the academia get masters and PhDs, or at least Tavat's version of PhDs and masters. They don't really talk about anything else. They all seem like they're like overworked, like college students or like grad students. So, maybe they do have like a K through 12 program. You know, I mean, I assume Sumeru has kindergartens, in general. I don't know if they're all part of the academia though, or if does the academia encompass everything? Let's really break down like the socio-economic like structure of Sumeru, right? Anyway, I also don't know if she's just saying it's too old for him to like go back to school and start learning like calculus and like trigonometrics and like stuff like that and like world history and like AP English and stuff like that, or if she's just saying like he's like old now, he's like 70. I don't know what that means. I also can't like, I guess cousins can be different ages, right? Like you can have a cousin that's way older than you or way younger than you because it's a cousin, and there's a really weird way how like being a cousin just means that one of your parents and one of their parents are siblings. It doesn't mean a whole lot. So, and plus if she has a big family, she could have like and also he could be like a second cousin or something too, right? Then it gets even weirder. So who knows?
All he cares about is restoring his clan's honor. Nothing wrong with that idea in principle, but I'm not certain how fanatical he is about it. So, there's no knowing what lengths he might go to.
Maybe he'll find some forbidden knowledge and he'll bring it back to Mondstadt, and then Mondstadt will get hit with their own nail.
As a knight and a member of the Lawrence clan, it's my duty to make sure he doesn't bring harm to others.
Although I guess isn't Dragonspine, even though it's like not counted as either, isn't Dragonspine technically part of Mondstadt? Isn't that like technically part of Mondstadt, even though it's not counted in like the treasure compasses or anything like that, and doesn't like, and it counts as its own region? Isn't it technically part of Mondstadt? The same way that like the entirety of the chasm is part of Liyue. Because I was gonna say that there's Mondstadt's like the one country without a nail, but then I figured no, actually, Dragonspine has a nail, and so the Skyfrost nail, and that's kind of in Mondstadt. Liyue has the chasm nail. There's a nail in Sumeru, if I remember correctly, out in the desert, and then I don't remember if there's a nail in Enkinomiya. They kind of Orobashi just kind of showed up and was like, "Kill me and not the bishops," and then Raiden was like, "Musa no Hito don't."
Oh ho! If this is true, then your cousin is quite a man of action. Traveling alone to Sumeru from Mondstadt is no mean feat.
Nor is daring to make me personally concerned about his safety. He has no idea what's coming to him.
I'm gonna stomp up to him, firmly look at him, grab his lapel pins, and shake him!
You know, underneath it all, Paimon thinks Eula's a really caring...
I wanted to shake my head more, but I was worried my headset would come off.
Yeah, she's the best. She brought me some moon pie last time.
He is family, after all. Anyway, I will make sure to find him and escort him safely back to Mondstadt.
You're really going the extra mile for this one.
Now, back to you. How and why did you all suddenly show up here?
I'm afraid that could be tricky. Master Tainari is still at Partis the Eye delivering his lectures. He isn't due back for a while. But I think I'll be able to help out. The description in the invitation letter is vague, but I'm pretty sure it's hinting at somewhere in the desert.
The desert?
Does that mean Mom's friend is from the desert? I guess I'll call her Auntie Desert for now. I remember Mahamatra Sino once told me a strange rumor about that part of the desert. They say there's a secret domain there that can make all of your wishes come true. Wait. He said I should just call him Sino. I keep forgetting that.
We can go there and then we can wish on the banner.
Huh. A domain that makes people's wishes come true.
Wow. So is it true? Does it really exist? I probably would have believed it a few years ago. But now that I'm a little older and wiser, I think it makes sense to be more skeptical about things like this.
This explains a lot. The domain could well be a myth, but he probably figured he had nothing to lose. If you intend to search for this place, then please allow me to join you. My cousin has quite a collection of books about Sumeru desert mythology on his shelves. I highly suspect that he, too, is looking for that domain.
Can I come too? I think you might need me there. You'll definitely need a local guide while you're in Sumeru. And I think I have what it takes to be that person. Plus, it's a forest ranger's duty to bravely lend a helping hand to others in need.
It's like a job interview.
We have every confidence in your abilities, Kale. Our party grows bigger and stronger still. What say you to this, Captain Klee?
I think it's super cool! I read in a storybook that on your own you can only have a drop of happiness, but in a group you have a whole ocean.
An ocean? A river till you take the dive?
So I'm sure Mom's friend will be super happy if I show up to visit and bring a whole bunch of friends with me. That's the spirit. In that case, let's get the magic invite to take us there.
Hardest DI? Canonical fast travel. There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
This desert is huge! Wow, what an incredible sight.
Yes. The scenery is quite magnificent.
Eula's about to talk about how she hates sand. It's dry and coarse and it gets everywhere.
Are you okay, Eula? You don't look so good.
I hate sand. He doesn't even say that. He says, I don't like sand. It's dry and it's irritating and it gets everywhere. That's one of my favorite parts about how different, like, the quote is so different from what people quote him
I'm
saying.
fine. Just taking a moment to acclimatize. The air here is much drier than in Mondstadt.
She needs to moisturize.
This area doesn't look very habitable, and
Oh,
I don't see a
there's a
domain
brief moment on
entrance
screen
nearby.
where we had a great Eula face. It was only there for a second, but it was there.
Oh no. I didn't pronounce the destination wrong. Did I? I mean, I don't think I did. Nope, you got it right. It definitely wasn't your fault.
Oh, how did Klee know?
I said Gundharvaville wrong earlier, but we still ended up in the right place.
What did she say instead?
Klee's right. We're in the right place. There's no doubt
I like
about
seeing the
that.
tumbleweeds just kind of roll around.
Phew.
Do do
Maybe we're
do
under a sand dune.
do.
Who knows?
Well, I'm
We'll
gonna
just
change
have
the
to start
title
by
too.
looking around.
There apparently drops. Also, I found that apparently, for whatever reason, Twitch isn't like notifying me when I've like finished my drops, when I've like met my things. They like stop telling me. They just don't.
Tired and so thirsty.
They just don't want to tell me. They used to say like, "Hey yo, you got a drop. Click here to claim it," and now they don't, so I have to like manually check. Like this one, I just got a drop. Albion online? Why are they giving me an Albion drop? Oh, I guess because I watched someone who plays Albion. There we go. So in another 30 minutes, I'll be able to get my next, Genshin drop. Excuse me.
We should have found something by now. Unless there's a problem with the magic invite.
Puff the magic invite.
Huh? How could that happen?
Okay.
Uh-oh. Did I break it by accident? But I didn't do anything. Todoko will back me up. I'm innocent. It's definitely not your fault, Klee. See? Not even a wrinkle on it.
Luckily, I'm almost done with my sandwich, so.
Does Miss Honorary Knight have an idea?
Instead of us trying to find the domain, what if we wait for the domain to come to us?
Paimon knows where you're going with this.
Interesting approach. Assuming we're right about this magic invite. That is to say, if it was sent from within the domain, the invite likely has some sort of connection to it.
This shot makes Lumine look so short, and Kale look so big.
Oh, I get it now. Plus, I know a super special trick we can use.
Oh, it's a little frowny face in the back. That's kind of creepy.
What kind of trick? Can you teach it to us too?
Look at her face. Her face looks so small.
Of
The angle.
course. Mom said that if I ever need help, I just need to shout this out loud.
Shao, help!
Magic invite,
Oh.
magic invite. Klee needs your aid. Do something now, so Klee's not afraid.
I feel like that's such an underutilized thing. It's only shown up. But did it show up in Lantern Right? It showed up in Lantern Right, and it showed up in Perilous Trails. And I think those are the only times that's ever shown up. I feel like that's a severely underutilized thing of the Traveler just being like, Shao, help me! And he'll be like, what is it? It's a little...
It looks like a bottle.
It's you know those things? It's a terrarium.
Remarkably effective. That's one trick I'll be keeping up my sleeve in the future. You should make a note of it too, Eula.
Absolutely not. It's not my style.
Look at her face.
I suppose bottles are pretty common in Sumeru mythology. So, is this supposed to be the entrance to the domain? A domain? In a bottle?
Domain in a bottle?
Well, if there's one thing we learned in Liyue, it's never judge a domain by its cover. Guess there's one way to find out if this really is the way in.
I'm skipping that. I'm skipping that end part. Into the bottle we go!
We made it! That answers that question.
I made sure to bring a bow character with me.
I'm gonna take a look.
Hey, don't run off and leave us all behind.
Oh, there's a waypoint. Oh, is this the new area? Oh, this is the new area. Cool.
Look! There's a huge garden here.
Incredible. It looked so small from the outside.
It's a TARDIS.
Everyone, I suggest that we stop here for a moment. We should take stock of our surroundings before deciding on our next course of action.
Since we're in a bottle, has anyone heard the story of the magic bottle?
Oh, you mean the one about King Deshret and the genie in a bottle? I've read it before, but I struggled with some of the vocabulary. What's the story about, Kaya? Mom told me a story once about a group of adventurers who went to Bottle Land. But I don't think there was a magic bottle in that one.
Don't worry, Klee. I can tell you all about the story of the magic bottle. But if you keep running off on your own, you'll miss all the good parts.
Oh. Okay, I got it. I'll stay with the group from now on.
I really like looking at the camera. I think looking right at the camera is really funny.
You sense it too, don't you, Kale? Something's not quite right.
Yeah, the scenery here is beautiful, but it's too quiet. And there's no sign of Klee's Auntie Desert here anywhere. Maybe Auntie Desert lives way further down inside. This place is super big, just like Fischl's Immer Nachtreich.
Wow.
We still have a
That's a
long way to
reference.
go.
The players who started playing after last summer are gonna go, what's Fischl's Immer Nachtreich?
We won't know until we get there. Let's keep going. Hopefully we'll meet her soon.
Do 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 do. No music. Where's the music? Maybe it's just too quiet and I can't hear it over the fans. That'd be unfortunate. Well, bam. Well, bam. Well, bam. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Bam. 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 Oh. Bam. What? Oh, I actually have to, like, be here. Okay. Bam. Bam. Bam.
I'll race you there.
Bam.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
I got a joy
You
voucher.
can't keep up with me.
There are enemies down there. This is gonna be This is gonna be the island all over again. This is gonna be Golden Apple all over again.
See there.
I'm 100% using the interactive map for this. Excuse me. Oh, crystal chunk. Excuse me. It still gets me that my mouse is enough to do my my mic. Like my mouse clicking is enough to probably change that. The problem is, I feel like it would cut out too much stuff if I were to have a thing that long. Actually, you know what? We outride him, so we can use the power of overload. There we go.
It looks like no one set foot on this road for quite some time.
I agree. And the further we get, the more I feel like this place is a whole lot bigger than we imagined. Hey,
Frog.
there's something strange up ahead. Let's check it out.
No, no. Canopy. Oh. Game?
I'll race you there.
Is that some classic Genshin climbing?
I won't let you down.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up the interactive map. And by the interactive map, I mean the fan interactive map, because I actually like that one way more than the official one. Sorry, official map. Okay, I think I've gotten... Yeah. So the balloons are the vouchers. There are water balls. There are chests. I'm gonna mark these. I'm gonna mark all the chests and time trials. They're 2 world quests. That's interesting. Mark these just to keep track of them. For my own sanity later on. Apparently there's a common chest somewhere over around here. Oh. Right here.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
You don't say, Amber.
Wow. It's a big ball of water.
Kinda looks like the Earth. Kinda looks like Naboo.
I wonder what it feels like. Can I touch it? It's so big that we could probably pass straight through it.
Now don't exaggerate, Paimon. And that was the last we ever heard from Paimon.
That's so scary. Stop giving Paimon the heebie-jeebies.
Let's not touch it for now. We still don't know enough about our environment.
But we can't just do nothing at all because then nothing at all will happen.
I have a feeling that this could be the core that sustains this entire bottle domain. In which case, the moment we touch it, this place will instantly revert to its original size, with all of us still inside.
Yikes.
Look at them cross their arms.
Okay. Paimon won't touch it. Jeez. Kaya, are we really gonna get squished inside a bottle?
Squished inside a bottle. It's that one, that one really famous song. You know what? I don't think that joke's gonna land. I'm just gonna stop.
Of course not, Klee. I'm sure the real core of this domain is hidden away in a very safe place. Somewhere like... over there, for example.
I was so nervous that I didn't notice that big wheel at all.
The Wheel of Fortune? Wheel of Fortune!
Wait, who goes there?
Gurgle?
It's the water ball monster! Ah! The water ball monster is real!
Gurgle.
It doesn't seem hostile. In fact, don't you think it looks happy to see us? Really? You sure it's not gonna gobble up Paimon whole? I don't think it's hungry. Are you, water droplet?
Oh dear. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm not understanding a word of this.
Wait! Don't go! Wait for us! Why'd it stop? Maybe it can understand us after all. Oh, I get it now. It's leading the way for us, just like the cats in Mondstadt. Like the cats? How so?
When you're walking around in Mondstadt City, sometimes a cat will show up on the side of the road. It'll walk ahead of you for a while, and if you're curious enough to follow it, you'll soon find yourself in front of a fine establishment called...
Good hunter.
Exactly. So let's see where this water droplet takes us. It could be interesting.
Oh, I can really see the mic in OBS going crazy.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
I can see it going crazy because of the fan. And by crazy, I mean... I can see it going. Dendro particles in 80 seconds. How will we ever do it? Well, I guess we'll have to lead it to the gliding champion of Mondstadt, who's not part of this event. It's okay, Amber. It's okay, Amber. I know. You're still the only 4-star that doesn't have a event skin.
This way, right? Oh, hope we haven't lost it.
It's
Did the
okay,
water
Amber.
droplet go into that cave?
She does have her, like, updated skin, the classic skin, but she doesn't have a new skin, like Kaya now has, and, like, Lisa, and the only other 2 standard characters. Amber's now the last one. Visual's got a skin. Ying Guang's got a skin. Barbara's got a skin. The real question is, when's Noelle gonna get a skin, huh? When are we gonna get a Noelle skin?
Huh? Another strange contraption. And there's a weird-looking wall over there. This kind of looks like that ball of water we saw earlier. Did the water droplet bring us here because it wants our help with something? What? Your friend is trapped in the wall? Don't be sad, water droplet. You bet. But how are we gonna save... Nope, we can't do that.
Do we need to find a key of some sort then?
Oh,
No, where'd it go?
it's aiming at Alderaan.
Look, the device has lit up. And it's projecting images onto the wall.
A two-dimensional space with objects of the same composition as the device nested inside.
Yep, what Kaya said, and that's where its friend is.
But how exactly do we enter the image?
You jump into it. You gotta jump into it. It's just like Mario.
I think
It's
since the
just
water
like
droplet
Mario.
appears to be the key that activated the mechanism. The principle is no different than...
Fair enough.
It's time for side scrolling. Do 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 do.
Bet you can't keep up.
Oh.
Aha! The box on the wall moved too.
Do 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 do. It is. It's like Honkai.
You really had to... Wow, another water droplet just came out from the wall.
Do 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 do. What's your guess on next skin? I'm gonna say. The next skin is gonna be. Xiangling.
Guess it makes sense that the water droplet's friend is also a water droplet. Aww, and they both do the same thing to show they're happy. Water droplet number 2 ran off. It's saying thank you, Miss Honorary Knight. That was a huge help.
Traveler, how do you feel after entering that two-dimensional space? Any physical side effects?
Quit while you're behind. You're clearly fine.
Quit while you're behind. That was a good one, Paimon.
Out for everyone. Can't say the same for you though, Kaya. You were pretty quick to send the traveler inside.
Hey now, I only suggested that.
Water droplet.
You're an all-star. Get your game on. Get paid.
You and your friend? Yep, you know. Oh, amazing. Come on, let's follow it.
And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. Okay, mark this on the map as well. This was the one right about here. Somebody once asked, can you spare some change for gas? I've gotta get myself away from this place. I said, yep, what a concept. And I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. Not what I wanted to do. Oh, I see.
Stars, shine for me. Not now. No escape.
No escape. Some escaped.
My guiding stars. there.
Yep, they're like Sealies.
Opening a chest. Like unwrapping a gift.
Oh, all the way over there. I saw this on the map and I was like, I'm gonna go see just how far away this is from where I am now.
Told you I'd win.
These are gonna be the things that let you get the Kaya skin, right? These are like the conks with Barbara. Barbara. Did we have something like that for Ningguang? I don't remember if we had something like that for her skin. I was pretty sure you just got it when you finished the quest. Like there wasn't anything additional to it.
I won't.
Well, for the meantime though, I'm gonna try and do my best to just advance
Bet you
forward.
can't keep up with me.
I'll leave
It looks like
exploring
there
for
might be a
something
trap up
else.
ahead.
Some other stream.
Huh. Maybe more people live in this domain than we thought. And maybe that's where Auntie Desert lives. I'll race you there.
I did not get it. I can't believe that first shot missed. That was an L.
Idea, the situation is now critical.
Idia?
Our
Idia
window of
Lee
opportunity
from
to
Bravely
fix this is
Default?
rapidly closing. I'm sure you've noticed just how much things have deteriorated in recent days.
Ancient days. I'd know that lisp anywhere.
But even so, this is your home. Are you really going to let everything fall to pieces?
Pieces?
Well, I live here, but it doesn't actually belong to me. Huh? Paimon knows that voice.
It's Fish Lady.
Anyone else who comes into this domain in the future will take one look at the ruins before them and conclude that this place was abandoned years ago. But just imagine how different things could be if you maintain this domain in perfect condition. Whoever sets foot inside would witness a magical wonderland. How miraculous it would feel to them to find such unimaginable beauty in the middle of a lifeless desert.
She kind of looks like Aqua from Kingdom Hearts.
Oh,
She also kind of looks like Aqua from Konosuba, but the hair's not long enough.
Act now while you still can. You have to stand up to this and break free from your despair. The most important thing is to have no regrets in the end.
Okay, yeah, she definitely looks more
No
like
one
Aqua from
chooses to
Kingdom
have
Hearts.
regrets, do they? But I take your point. I'll try my best to stop running away. But the question remains of where to begin. Paimon's figured out who it is.
It's Kokomi! I do not wish to do that, OBS. Thank you.
Is it Miss Honorary Knight's friend from a faraway land?
She's the divine princess of Watatsumi Island, or Watatsumi, depending on who you ask.
What's that? Is it a kind of mage? What are you doing here? Huh? We have new visitors? Greetings, everyone. This is the Valurium Mirage, and I'm the caretaker, Adia.
Idia Lee?
I'm so sorry that you have to see this domain in its current state of disarray. We are actively working on repairs, and everything will be back to normal shortly. I hope. Greetings, everyone. I guess I should introduce myself too. It's alright. Just leave the introductions to me. I kinda wanted to say hello in my own way. But no harm done. I guess I'll let her do the honors.
I can only wait to see how much of a train wreck this is gonna be.
This lady is a visitor to the domain, just like yourselves. She is a formidable military
Look at the little
general.
wave.
Have any of you heard of Inazuma's Onmyo Chamber?
The, what chamber?
The Twilight Zone, Kale, were you listening?
Onmyo Chamber. It's an elite training academy for gifted students of Onmyodo. Practitioners are divided into 4 classes, A through D, and assigned the power of Shikigami based on their mastery of the art.
Wait.
Like Tenmyoji?
This lady famously led the Class D underdogs to victory against the Class A favorites in the final mock campaign before graduation. An astonishing feat that few in the history of the Academy have ever achieved. Hence, formidable general is no exaggeration.
You've activated my trap card.
Isn't that right, General? What's wrong?
She actually just likes reading light novels and playing card games, so...
Huh? Wait, so the favorites were beaten by the classy underdogs? Paimon's not completely following.
The classy underdogs. Those all sound like tropes from some Inazuman light novel.
That doesn't sound like the divine priestess Miss Honorary Knight was talking about.
Oh no. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Did she just get caught lying in front of someone she was trying to impress? Or maybe she uses a different identity in her private life, and this is the first time her friends are learning about it. Seems kind of embarrassing, but also kind of cool. I guess having someone else to introduce you is a good way to make an impression. Maybe I'd fit in better with everyone if I had a title too.
You can have a title? Cauliflower?
Some people call me a general, but it's just their way of showing respect. My actual name is Sangonomiya Kokomi.
Huh? Oh no. Sorry, my mistake, General. I mean, Miss Sangonomiya?
Call me whatever you like, Itia. The only important thing about names is knowing who's who. Oh, I get it now. It's like that story that Mom told me that time.
Oh no. Why? Wait, what happened? Why did that trigger again? I'm now streaming? Yeah, I am streaming.
Klee can explain. So basically, in the story, a big group of people go on an adventure to Bottleland. One of them's called the King, and some of them are called Knights. So, Miss Sangonomiya must be the super smart one who solves all the problems in the story.
Perhaps a sage?
The sage's power is omnipotent?
Indeed. Wisdom is an important attribute found in military generals.
Okay, well, I'll just call you that. Miss General it is. Fine by me. Sounds really cute, coming from you. At least, cuter than my pen name, that's for sure.
Oh no, not Kokomi's pen name.
Well then, how should I address the rest of you?
I would like you to refer to me as Captain of Swordfish 2.
How could I ever forget you? But what about these esteemed ladies and gentlemen accompanying you? I'd be delighted if you could introduce me to them too. Wait! Klee wants a title too! Okay, got it! Klee wants to be a mage! The kind that flies around everywhere! Da-da-da! Whoosh!
Oh, I thought she was gonna go dong dong woo. She was gonna be like an abyss mage.
Kaya can be the master thief. Miss Honorary Knight can be... the knight. And Paimon will be the fairy who follows the knight everywhere.
At least make me a rook.
Master thief, huh? I did like playing pirates as a child, so I suppose this is an apt role for me. And I must admit, the master part is a nice touch.
Hold on a second. Are you saying the position of knight is now filled?
It's her Arlecchino seeping in. Hi, Neon. Hope you've been well. Hello, Tofu. I hope you've been well too. She's upset that the night has been filled because now how she's supposed to be the night captain, and also if Arlecchino is the knave, all the knights being stolen. Don't worry, Eula, you can be the princess.
Eula can be the sword
Oh,
master who
okay,
can cut
well.
through anything and also gets to wear a super sparkly cape.
I thought that'd be like the hero. I've not been on Twitch much recently. That's okay, Tofu. That's okay. Uh, there's a mischance for her to have something funny, and then Eula to get all like dairy about it. I've been playing a lot more Val. I was actually thinking this morning I need to play more Val. I need to like get good. Miko's been streaming a lot of Val, and I've seen you've been playing a lot in Discord, and I was like, I need to get better at Val. I scored a drop finally. Thank you. Oops. Can I close this, please? Can I close this? Can I close this? Oh no, OBS, what have you done to my... Okay, I'm just gonna close this. Docs, chat. There we go. I claimed a Twitch drop, and then it opened up this tiny window, and it got rid of my chat box in OBS, and I was like, I can't see anything. Okay. Miko was streaming, yeah, I saw. And then she started playing Osu. But I was just like, I've been trying to level up my rank. I keep meaning to log in because I've been claiming like random like little stickers and sprays and stuff like that. And I just never log into the game.
And Kale can be the healer.
Cause she's green.
Uh,
You can be the knight. No, she got to be the archer. Like the CW show.
no, I don't mind. Healer is a great role. I just don't know if I'm qualified to be one.
Kale, you're the one who knows what kind of leaves to eat and what kind of leaves not to eat. None of us know that.
Whenever I'm thinking of titles for myself, I usually imagine myself as an adventurer or musician. I never thought I could be a healer.
Kale plays an instrument? I feel like I've missed something in her lore.
Master Tainari's role, if anyone's.
Don't worry, whenever you decide in the weekend, I will be there to help you. I can get carried.
Don't worry, Kale. You'll be the bestest healer ever. You don't talk much, but you're very kind, just like the healers in Mom's stories.
Oh, and to follow up, speaking of stories, to follow up from the thing I talked about yesterday, I have been rereading Return to Player, and the art, he's defeated Karas, and the art has in fact, I think even before I realized it, I didn't even realize it, but the art has now back to like getting good to what it looks like in current chapters. I just noticed there was a scene with Jisoo, and I was like, oh, she looks like she does now. Her face is, well, it wasn't even her face doesn't look weird anymore. It's her bangs. What's his name? Sung Yun. Sung Yun's hair pretty much always looks the same, like throughout the entire game, because he just has messy hair. But I was like, Jisoo's bangs actually like finally look like they do in the current chapters, because at the start of the very start of the series, her bangs looked really funky. But now it's like, oh, her bangs are back. They're back. I also noticed something, and I think this is just something in general. She's got some really weird contortions that happen. Like, her body contorts in some really weird ways in some scenes. There's a scene where she's fighting some people, and she's got, like, her armor on, and her, like, upper body's, like, she's standing weird, and it's really weird, because, like, part of it, I think, is just how her armor was working. Because it was, like, a metal wrap. It wasn't, like, an actual, like, armor piece. It was just, like, a wrap that she had. But it was really weird, because one of her breasts was like 5 inches higher than the other one, or I guess one of them was just like way lower than the other one, and I think it was just because of like how her armor worked, but it just looked really weird. It was very, let's see if I can find it. I'll see if I can find it. See if I can get a screenshot. Was it? It would have been like right at the start. Okay, yeah. So here's where he's bought the armor for her. Okay, right. And then it should be a couple chapters. She'll put it on to go fight somebody. It just looks. Excuse me, I hope that muted. It just looks kind of weird. Her whole body kind of contorts. I know I'm derailing the stream, but it just looks very bizarre. And I was just like, that's not how humans work. Not this chapter. Not this one. It's probably right after. This is probably the chapter right before, if I remember correctly. Either that or maybe 2 chapters before. Yep, there's one where she's wearing the armor. Okay, I think maybe 2 chapters. There's her using her Crimson Aura. There's them choosing weapons. There's him at the phone booth. It's really weird though, too, because I'm seeing multiple scenes where she's wearing the armor and she looks completely normal. But then there's just one scene where she looks really bizarre. Who's this guy? Yep. That's Dong Yun, or Dong Gun, whatever. I don't even remember his name. There's Sun Yun. Where is she? Is it time for her to 1v1? They're gonna go down. They see the 2 of them. She's wearing the coat. It's a disguise. He's gonna go back upstairs with Mina and leave Jisoo down here. Here it is. It's kind of hard to see because she's wearing a black shirt. Here it is. I'll just put this in OBS. It's kind of hard to tell because she's wearing a black shirt, but image. Jisoo. That's in my screenshots. Yeah, it's... Let me crop this a little bit. It's kind of hard to tell. But she's... I like... What's happening? What's happening here? What happened? What is happening to her? And you know the other weirder part too is you can clearly see that like this part's above her right breast, I guess. But like a chapter before, it was like down here, like underneath, like against like her rib cage. It was really weird. But I just saw this and I thought this looked really weird as I was rereading it. But it's kind of a thing I've noticed is sometimes people just got some wacky
You'll do fine.
stuff happening.
I heard you're good with bandages. You can patch up a wound, can't you?
I can pitch a tent. Maybe you heard wrong? But I'll do my best. It's my first day filling in for Master Tainari, but hopefully it's the first of many.
But hopefully those days don't come too soon.
This is a great idea. Once a new visitor arrives, they can assume a new identity, then add in some role-playing.
I'm gonna stop you right there, Adia. I'm stopping you right there. That's called Westworld. That's called Westworld. And we all know what happened to Westworld. No. Don't. What you're thinking of right now? Don't do it.
Oh, we can't leave you out, Miss Adia. There are lots of characters in Mom's stories, but you don't remind me of any of them.
Don't worry, Clee. She can be the NPC.
That's perfectly okay. I already have a role here anyway, remember? I'm the caretaker.
I got it! This wasn't in any of the stories, but you can be the mascot.
We're gonna make marketable plushies of Adia.
Mascot?
Clee, maybe you could think up an even better role.
We can shrink her down to be pocket-sized.
A mascot, you say? Isn't that a character that doesn't have to actually do anything and sits around letting everyone else do all the important work? Incredible. You've seen right through me.
Hey, I mean, Teddy at least does stuff in Ranker's Return.
Sounds like the idea of being lazy is pretty exciting to her.
Being lazy is the hardest job out there.
The mascot serves to maintain troop morale, Atia. Don't underestimate your role.
You can put on a big suit, and then you can cheer up the crowd during the game.
Right. I'll be the mascot then.
It's the difference between being a cheerleader and a mascot.
That's right. Thank you for bringing these new friends here safely. You can go off and play now.
Way to go, Swordfish, way to go! I should probably take my gloves off on that before I clap. Way to go, Swordfish, way to go!
Thanks, Water Droplet. See ya.
Water Droplet? Is that your pet name for it? I suppose it's as accurate a nickname as any.
The next one is going to be called Agua Droplet. And then one of them's going to be called, Pinch of Water.
We keep getting sidetracked. But I believe you were saying something about being in a difficult predicament.
We can call one of them
Something
Bubble
wrong with
Bro.
Valeria Mirage?
Oh, yes. About that. I'm afraid the entire domain has recently sustained some significant damage.
We can call one of them Agua Fresca.
It was as if the whole world was suddenly flipped upside down. A few components went missing from the core, which sustains the domain, and the impact cascaded out from there.
So what you're saying is the domain got flipped, turned upside down. Were you shooting some hoops when a couple of guys that were up to no good started making trouble in your neighborhood? Did you get in one little fight and then your mama got scared and she said that you're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air? Moving? I think it's living with your
Needless to
auntie and uncle
say,
in Bel
many
Air.
things in the Valoria Mirage have now stopped working.
The Fresh Prince of Valoria Mirage?
Just days after I agreed to let my friend's daughter
The
come to
Fresh
visit
Princess of
you,
Sumeru.
When she gets here and sees the state this place is in.
Oh, so you're Mom's friend? Hi, Auntie Desert. I'm Clee. Here, I brought the magic invite, see?
Huh? Wait, so you're...
Adia's a lot more of a hot mess than I thought she was.
Look how dilated her pupils are. She must be very surprised.
That's a great Eula face. That's a great Eula face.
Yeah, and not in a good way. Mom's the one who sent me here. She's the strongest mage ever. She said that her friend lives in the desert. You live in the desert, so that must be you. Right, Auntie Desert?
Good critical thinking, Clee. Great powers of deduction.
Ah, I see. So being a mage runs in the family.
You're Alice's daughter. Oh, I just want the ground to swallow me up right now. Wait, that's it. I'll hide myself away in the core of the domain. Hide there until this all blows over. See you all in 100 years.
I like her more and more.
Going through it. She's like a shriveled little forest fungus, hanging its head in shame.
Kale? That's a harsh analogy. Where'd all that come from?
Don't worry, Auntie Desert. Clee's here to help you. And all my friends will help too. Just take a deep breath. And then another deep breath. And all your worries will fly away.
I like how she doesn't, it's like deep breath. I assume you exhale, but she's like, just take 2 deep breaths. So you go, you hold it, or you just have a lot of air.
Track record with this kind of thing.
Get really breathy.
Well,
Fix a lot?
I'm useless, but it looks like that won't matter.
Fix a
with all
lot, do
you
lock.
capable people around. Fantastic.
Instead of Lancelot did lock.
Don't put yourself down, Adia. You're great too.
Thanks for your encouragement. Anyway, for the time being, please talk amongst yourselves. That'll give me some time to think things through and maybe make a start on, delegating.
Oh, there are my Twitch drops. Thank you for the Twitch drops, Neon Jungle Tiger. Why? You're welcome, Neon Jungle Tiger. Oh, I thought that said Stinky Promise. It says Night Star Promise. I thought it said Stinky Promise, and I got very confused. I was like, Stinky Promise? What does that mean? Okay, well, let's get the waypoint. Ah, Eula.
I'll race you there. Who else has visited the Valoria Mirage recently? There was
Academia.
someone who was a
Oh,
huge help
Kaveh.
and redesigned many of. I could tell that was a sensitive soul, a lot like me.
They're
After
bonding.
handling the aristocrat from Mondstadt
Where's
showed
Klee?
up,
Hello,
then
Splata. Where
Miss
Klee?
Sangonomiya.
No one knows. Miss Sangonomiya?
Fortunately, everything here
Do you know
Where
where
is
the
Klee?
Mondstadt aristocrat is now?
If
I'll
I
look for
remember
her.
correct, it's
Headed
a pity
north.
We're having all these issues. Still, not to
Okay. So we're gonna go find him. I wonder if he's gonna be a nameless, faceless NPC like all the rest. Oh, wait. A thing. Somewhere. Is a thing. Somewhere there's a thing. Does it say it's up? I probably should have got Kazuha out for this. A barrel. Oh. That's not what I expected that to be. Where am I on the map? Okay. Should be this one. And I'm gonna mark off the... I was looking at the image on the interactive map of where this voucher was. And it's there's a picture. Somebody took a screenshot of Eula standing right in front of it. But she's super wide. She's super stretched out. That was really funny. Did you pull for Klee? I've not pulled for Klee. I've not pulled for anyone actually yet. Well, that's not true. I pulled for Eula and then it was sad, so now we're waiting until the end of the stream. Oh, here's Kaya.
Feeling nervous, Colic? Well, the easy.
Oh, okay. In that case, put that mushroom down. Now,
There you go.
anyway,
Maybe not. Until you factor in that I only steal from the end.
Oh, that's amazing. That's getting excitement going somewhere to happen. Kale and Kaya.
General, Miss Honorary, what's it like there? Wait, you look kinda like
I got Klee with only 70 fulls and won the 50-50. Nice.
family?
Fish in your family?
Oh, sorry to disappoint you, Miss Mage, but I'm just an ordinary human.
Or is she?
I have lots of great stories about Watatsumi Island, though. Come on, let's enjoy the scenery while I tell you all about it. Hey, Idia! You got an
Excuse me.
update for us? We've all caught up with each other.
Very well. Then please allow me, Idia, your... Basically, this entire domain is powered by
The central hub.
But following a major...
They went loose and went flying. 4 components. It stopped turning.
Yes, it
And now we
definitely
gotta
should
find
be.
them. And she's having a meltdown.
Right. I do know where
She knows where they
the
are.
rest all landed in different
Only one of them.
Now, as the caretaker and your
You can just be yourself if you want. No need to force the whole role-playing thing.
She needs...
I see. Okay, so I was thinking that maybe Swordmaster Eula and Healer Kale could investigate the northern zone, if that's okay.
They can do some mother-daughter bonding.
Fine by me. I was going to be looking for my cousin there anyway.
I'll be your backup, Eula. I know you usually team up with Amber, so I'll try my best to fill her shoes.
I'm a bow user, she's a bow user, we both use the medium female height model. It'll be just like normal.
Oh? Well, this'll be fun. Let's see if a forest ranger can outperform an outrider.
Master Thief Kaya and Mage Klee, if you could earmark some time in your busy schedules to search the West Zone.
Earmark? What does that mean?
It just means we mustn't forget to do it.
Finally, we have our General, Miss Sangonomiya, and our Knight, the Traveler. If there's no objections...
Okay, easy. It's a
Spoken like a
escort
true
quest.
Then, for my part,
All right, well, if anyone finds Ed, please take care.
You got it.
I'll be on my best.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now.
Okay. We're off to go...
Just behind the central hub.
Actually, is this a... No, this is a time trial. I don't actually want to...
When you first saw it.
Something's off. I don't actually want to start that now that I'm thinking about it.
Component was enough to fix the whole domain.
This is gonna get really annoying really quickly. Oh, the berry in the tree. Okay, I'm gonna mark all 3 of these as found right away, and then do them.
But with 3 other components to find, oh, I suddenly felt overwhelmed by how much work needed doing.
Paimon kinda gets that. Taking the first step is always the hardest part.
How convenient.
More speed.
It's very convenient that we're going the same places we need to go for both things. Okay.
Illusion shattered.
Let's also, I guess, take care of these enemies. You know what? I probably shouldn't have used Rod and Z.
Shut up.
Because I'm gonna electrify that fungi. And I really don't need Superconduct to fight these enemies, but
Beg for mercy.
oh well. Okay, let's do this.
At least good luck doesn't discriminate by clan.
That is... where are we on the map? Right there. Okay. So, this one.
More speed. Time to scout.
Here. I'm debating who I want to take out of the party. I think it's you.
We'll need a strategy.
Is that not how these ones work? Okay, there it goes. I was gonna say, is this not how this works? Oh, it's gonna go through all of them.
Paimon's been meaning to ask, what brought you here, Kokomi? Oh, well, things have quieted down in Watatsumi Island for now. So I thought I'd take the chance to get out and see more of the world. You've traveled a pretty long way. Why Sumeru? I figured that I needed to venture further than usual to really broaden my horizons. Well, that's one reason anyway. I can explain in more detail another time.
It'd be unfortunate if you didn't look up there and you're just like, where do I go now? There's at least a waypoint up here too, which is gonna be nice.
Let's move out.
Oh, and chest.
Allow me.
Perfect. Okay, so this should be
By clan.
this chest. 3 Hurley Trails, yeah. Peaches, and a waypoint, nice. This kind of reminds me of going up, or only up, a little bit. It looks like one of the parts. I think it's just the general aesthetic. Oh. Not this high up. They want us to kind of go around, out and around. Should probably be running double animo. Is this the way they wanted us to come around here? I feel like it's not. Maybe it is.
Okay, this I'm sure you're both wondering, but where's the component? There's nothing here. Oh, where could it be?
It's in the wall.
That lamp thingy, right?
Yes. Showing
Rip.
people the ropes is supposed to be my job. Oh, I can't believe I'm being shown up by a Hydro-Eidolon.
A Dolan?
Cheer up, Edea. The Hydro-Eidolon can give a basic demonstration of how to use things, but beyond that's where you come in. Paimon forgot how persuasive Kokomi.
Oh, well, if you put it that way, this is called the streaming projector. Everything here in the Valurium Mirage was made using this device. All you need to do is place an item in the projector, and you can construct a corresponding item based on the shape of the original and your imagination. At least, I think that's what it used to do. With the domain in its current state, only its most basic functions are still operable.
Like shining light? A light in the
not quite
darkness.
that basic. Think of it like a sort of draft or blueprint or something.
Ah, get it? Blueprint? Because it's blue?
Yes, exactly.
Really?
No, sorry. I feel like I have 2 left feet when I try.
Hey, come on!
Alright. Oops, I probably should. Okay, so... I see. Do 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 do.
Here. Yes, that's the one. Now you just need to bring it back out.
Nice.
What is this thing anyway? Some kind of gear?
A gear.
And why is it so small?
It's hard to explain, but so that
Every journey begins with a first step.
you really think so? I suppose you're right.
You...
Anyway, thank you. I'll take this and.
She's like, you can
Why
stop
am I
talking about that now. Now where are we going? Back to the courtyard, huh? This kind of looks like the place for the festival, where they did the Academia Festival.
What's wrong, Kokomi?
Don Sombrero.
I'm just a little confused. Can you tell me a little? Oh,
A recap.
I see.
She sees. She knows.
Hey, look! The wheel is spinning now! Oh. It also wasn't spinning at the right speed. Oh, so you... yes. I arrived here, like Edea said. It felt like the world was... flipped upside down. I don't know how else to describe it. And I certainly don't want to experience it again.
Well, I'm afraid that that's unfortunate for you, Kokomi, as there it is. You've been flipped upside down. What happens if I do this? Oh, it just doesn't go inside the box. Okay, I see. Reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse.
No, it's no use. Seems that for a moment there, when it started turning, I got excited.
Wishful thinking is okay. Miss Honorary Knight and Miss General are here.
Hello, Kawa. How are you? What's up?
Yes,
Nothing
I'm
much.
sure we were gonna...
Hey,
Does it smell like... Oh. Mission complete.
impressive.
How about our master thief and...
You bet!
A huge discovery.
Just now.
A huge canyon.
Come and see
Ain't
this
no
one
valley.
tonight. Let's go on a canyon.
Ain't no mountain high.
I'll sit this...
Miss General,
Still got a
you should
guarantee
come
for Hydro
too.
Archon or let you know?
Hide
Nice.
behind me and give me smart advice. Wonderful. It would be an... Let's go!
Way to go, Clee. Way to go. And off she goes. Well, we should follow her. Oh, is that the next part of the quest? No, it's just got to be the same part of this same quest, because this isn't open yet. That's what I thought. Wow, you need a lot to get the first stuff. What's this? Oh, just a thing to help you. They're already marked on the map. I guess it just marks it all. I guess easier. He looks like he could be in. He looks like he could be one of the male leads in some like manhwa. I didn't remember getting primos for this. Interesting. Interesting. Unlocks after one. Okay, of course it does. Of course it does. Almost saved 50 pulls. Bruh, I never opened up this. Nice. Okay, okay. You know what? You know what? I'm not dealing with this. Genshin has awful movement speed. I'm not dealing with this. I'm not dealing with this. Ayaka. Saw you, where are you? Not dealing with this.
All right.
Actually, but aim challenge though. Aim challenge though. Also Sweet Flower. I got my level 1 Eula with Pale Flame. Nice. They're strongboxing it finally, so it'll be less pain. Oh, that was a weird snap. Oh, this one didn't get activated. Hello? Hello? I was gonna say. And then these are just barrels. Oh, I got really confused. I thought that the quest marker was also a barrel, and I was like, where's the barrel? That's this one. Time trial. Yes. I was just airdropped a 4th of July meme. If I froze for a second, that's because I just was airdropped a 4th of July thing. What are you? You must be... Where is it? This one? Mudball. There we go. Alright. Something's off. Oh, he gave me a Lucky Dog's goblet. And then...
Take it easy.
Is this... No, this is not the right side. Okay. Over here. Oh, he no. Oh, Kazuha was not strong enough to... Oh, she's using sapwood. Forgot about that.
I
Oh,
shall treasure this good fortune.
it fell off the side. What was that? Ayaka, is there... is there something wrong with you? Is there something wrong? No? No? You're just not? Okay. Okay. For a second, I thought there might have been something up with you, because I was like, you're not critting. I mean, I know you don't have crit rate, but you're using Blizzard Strayer. I guess she's not getting Cryo Resonance either. She's only relying on Blizzard Strayer, which, in actuality, doesn't give her that much crit rate. Zoom.
Just before the canyon appeared, I heard a faint sound.
Mechanical turning?
In the central hub?
Ah, I
Hey,
see.
you, oh. New guys, huh?
Oh,
Who's this guy? Who's this guy?
Has anyone ever...
You actually saw her? She's barely shown her face since everything started falling apart here. Oh, right.
He's Ferdinand.
I'm well, we used
Look at his
to,
eyes.
until this whole domain was, like, flipped upside down, or whatever.
Itia is working on her
Really? Huh. I assume that she'd be curled up in a fetal position somewhere, hoping all her problems will magically disappear on their own. Good for her. Anyway, I checked all the state...
conked out.
But aren't
Hello,
you just
Ghosty.
travelers who stump...
I'm Mage Klee. It did...
A mage?
A mage.
Allow me to.
Ready for that challenge? What's the challenge? I thought it was gonna be a.
I gotcha. Well,
I thought it was gonna be a
the more
Star Rail
powers we got, the
challenge.
better,
Hydrate.
I guess.
Is that what you wanted? I don't know if that's gonna come through with the stream. I had like no water left, but I was like, I bet I can get one little like slurp, one good slurp for the tiny bits of the water and then a bunch of dry air. I heard it? Okay.
Anyway, our first priority is to get the cards here up and running again.
That's our audio moment for the stream.
Oh?
The roads here twist and turn so much that the best way to get around is by riding the rail tracks instead. Let me show you.
This guy's so like
What we used to make
matter
them.
of fact.
Did Dia bring
He's
you
just
some
like
feet
a
on these
mage.
things?
You? I thought she'd be curled up in the fetal position.
Basically, we need something that we can put in. Yeah, you could put it that way. But
He's
one
so
of the things
nonchalant
that
about
has to be
everything.
compatible.
He's just like, yeah, I guess you could say that.
Something like.
It was gonna be a simulated universe for Star Rail or Abyss and Genshin. Oh.
How about you, traveler? Any ideas?
I would take Luoka, I'd take Japard, and then I'd say Nihility, and then I'd just pray. A castle with legs.
What kind of a suggestion is that? That would be way too complicated to
It's
make.
but what about the Diane Wynne Jones book? Huh, Paimon?
Yeah.
On
Sorry,
my
I don't
account?
think we have
Oh.
the right materials for that.
I would still
Hey,
I'd
everyone.
take everything I could to live, and I'd take Nihility, and then I'd pray.
Ta-da! Look, I made a cart. Wow.
I'd be like,
Work,
quick.
Whoa. It fits a track.
3 healers and Fire
Heck
Trail
of
Blaze
more
and
cute than
Cope.
The ones that Dia made.
There's not even 3 oh, I guess Luoka. But before Luoka, there wasn't even 3 healers in the game.
There it was. Paimon's gotta ask. What exactly did you make your cart from, Klee? I used jumping.
Do you want to
Is there a
try?
problem
I
or
don't know.
This cart is made from
We just need to drive safely,
It's
exactly.
bum or something, isn't it? Yeah, I gathered from your conversation that Jumpy Dumpty is a little more volatile than the cute name suggests. It's okay though.
It's a
'cause the end
bomb.
product only takes on the general look of the
He's
source
like, oh yeah, it's a bomb.
So to be more specific, well, different materials have.
It's okay. No need to delve into the theory. Paimon just wanted to make sure we aren't about to end up like the flying fish of Starfell Lake.
Paimon knows a thing or two about fish in Starfell Lake.
Can we ride the cart now?
In a moment, we need a hydro eidolon to power it up first.
Luckily, there's one right here.
Okay, she's ready to roll. Hop in.
Ready to roll? Rock and roll? You can only... Oh, I see. Chugga 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 chugga. Choo choo. You want my account info in your DMs? Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay.
Whoa! This cart is fast! Chugga 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 choo! Woo woo!
Oh, she did it! She did it! She did it!
Yeah!
The actual thing is then just gonna be me, being like, it's time to farm for relics. It just kicked us out. That was rude.
The track is damaged up ahead. We need to make some repairs before we can go any further.
This reminds me of
Looks like
something.
it's all reverted to a preprint state.
Do you know why that happened?
Everything in this domain starts as a preprint and only takes shape after being illuminated by the streaming projector. But the
Weird.
hydroidolon that forms the tracks here has been trapped in the
So someone needs to go into the preprint and rescue.
But the projector here is sealed off by a giant box.
That's
Excuse
the
me.
hydroidolon's way of protecting the device from damage. If the streaming projector broke, then we'd be seriously stuck.
Aha! So for step one, we need water droplet to help. What?
Alright.
Any
Leave that to us.
Time to Super Mario ourselves.
So the Hydroidolin was locked up in that chest.
Can I? Oh wow, she can.
Empty! Yay! We saved 2 water droplets now.
She really got. Wow, if only we could do that and we could clamber up walls. That'd be. I mean, we kind of can. Just jump and clamber. Oh.
Whoa. Water
Oh.
droplet just transformed
Interesting.
into some
I know they
new
explained that. That wasn't what I was
Good.
expecting at all.
Let's keep going then.
Windows will light up. You'll be able to air the cart. Will dull. Okay. Basically saying, blue is good. And when it's dim, you can't use it. So make sure that you can use it. Oh, I'm not pressing the right. I see. I was pressing the buttons and I was like, no, that's actually A and S. Those actually aren't the buttons you're supposed to be pressing. It's like a really slow rhythm game.
Hey, Ferdinand! You mentioned that you managed this place together with your brothers.
Ferdinand the
Your
Bull?
brothers are water droplets?
No, no. The Hydroidolins are like helpers here. As for my brothers, well... those two. You'll meet them soon enough.
Yay! Oops, no, 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 no. Let me out, let me out. Okay, so... Where was that? Overgrown Valley. Where's that on the interactive map, huh? Oh. I guess not listed anywhere. Okay, cool. Keep riding. Summon. What was that camera change? Weird. Weird. Oh! The blazing speed of Genesis!
We can fly just like Paimon now. This is way more exciting than how Paimon usually flies.
It's Evil Knievel. Oh. What would happen if I just didn't press left mouse? Would I just fly off? Would I just careen off? Oh no, it's automatic. Okay.
Seems we've just about finished repairing the station and the connecting tracks. Let's go check the track switcher now. It's over there.
Oh. Where am I? Little... Wait, where am I? Map? Oh. Bam, bam. Head to the rail junction. Like on? I definitely missed something. I definitely missed something. Let's do Kaza. Kaza is my get out of jail free card for being in the air. Ever make a mistake. I can always trust Kasaha to have a tap E ready to bail me out.
A fateful offering.
A waypoint. Ideal. An ideal placement for a waypoint.
Oh, there's another spinny thing here. It's but not as big. I bet it's something super very good, Klee. You're using. It appears.
That's right. Oh, but it seems Jeremy still
Jeremy?
hasn't fixed it yet. He sure talks big, but when
Is this Jeremy you mentioned one of your brothers?
yeah, when I talked to him, really, it made no difference which one we started with. But he just had.
If you ask me.
Yes, finally someone who can recognize that, rather than just shrugging off my ideas.
Okay. And away we go. I don't like this weird fixed camera angle thing it does. It's really bizarre. I dislike it. It's just kind of like...
Sometimes I can't help but get angry just thinking of.
I don't know why it... The thing that gets me is that it doesn't right at the start.
I suggested we go east, and he argued that we should go west.
And then you immediately get camera control back, so it ends up, to me, being kind of pointless.
We separated and each went our own way.
But
Lucky for us, we stumbled across this domain. Otherwise,
Ta-dum.
I'm sure we would have been buried in the sand.
Everything will get better once we get the switcher working again.
boo.
Still stuck here just as I expected.
Didn't I already tell you? Just have the... Wait a minute, how did you...
The answer is standing right in front of you.
The answer
sure.
is standing
Those
right in
jobbers
front
just
of
know
you.
You never get anything done on your own.
You're one to talk.
Whoa.
Me? His brother? Hardly.
All right, Jeremy. That's it.
Fine. I'd rather be focusing my efforts...
You should calm down too.
Fine.
Speaking of brothers, I saw a thing and I was playing Star Rail. I think it was in the main story. I was continuing more of the
My name's Jeremy.
story.
I assume you're the
And
ones who helped prepare the
No need to thank
I have Stella as my trailblazer, or Stell, not Stella, Stell. And
Now that you and Ferdinand brought the
somebody
party
said something
here,
and there was a response and it was sister from another mother. And I was like, that doesn't work as well as opposed to with is his name Kylus? Is it Kylus or Kylum? It doesn't work nearly as well as brother from another mother. Because
Yes, of course.
they don't all rhyme with each other. And then I was thinking to myself, surely they could have like changed it more. Maybe they thought that it just wouldn't have landed with as many people if they. Because what I immediately thought of was, what if you did like sister from another mister? Because then that both still rhymes, and it's like instead of being like a brother from another mom, it's like a sister from another dad. You're still like the whole idea of like you're not actually related, but it's like you're that close. I don't know. It just in my mind I was like, I feel like they could have made some changes there to make that rhyme and sound less weird. But
All right.
I'm not the one writing
Most of
stereo
the passing
dialogue.
Junctions have been repaired now.
Yep.
What? You think you'd...
You're always quick to.
And what...
Okay, I'm
about
not listening to
the-
these.
I left her.
I'm not listening to these people.
Hey, come on. You didn't see him either.
I'm not listening to them.
I don't get. Nobody did anything.
Who are you calling smug?
Smug.
All right, I think we've heard enough from you two. If you insist on bickering, then I'd suggest you go somewhere else. Otherwise, I'll just cool you two off myself.
Literally. I'll freeze you in a block of ice. Just like that. Just like those Magmars that Giovanni totally straight up murdered in Pokemon Adventures.
Now, come with me. I'd like to have a word with you.
Phew. Don't be upset, Klee. There are many complicated situations in this world. Which
When he has
don't
Cloyster
always
freeze
have a
those two
one-size-fits-all
Magmars and then like cuts them in half.
It's not, but in my experience, family issues can be. Seems you don't like dealing with this kind of thing either, Kokomi. But it's. I don't know how to.
I'm sorry. We've calmed down. You shouldn't argue in front of a child like that.
We're sorry.
It's okay.
Back to the topic at hand.
Ah, right. We would have to use...
Torrential
Sorry,
Twister?
you
What is
again,
this?
but
Six
would you help
Flags?
us Find him.
Oh.
Hey, come on, you two. You're brothers after all. Can't you try to get along?
Oh, I see. You just can't move your camera past a specific. You know, I'm starting to feel like I don't know why I even did that. I'm starting to feel like It would have been faster if I just jumped off the side and glided down. But you know, at least we got to take the scenic route. There's not even the argument to be made of, but then the cart will be at the bottom with you, because you can just summon a new one, but...
Okay, this is the end of this track segment. Otto should be nearby.
Switch around. Oh, speaking of boarding, I saw boarding school Juliet at a store. I was at it just recently. And I was like, I know what that is. It was a real, oops. It was a lot of, oh, I know what that is, I know what that is, I know what that is, and I'm not gonna buy any of them. What else did I see? Oh, I saw Adachi and Shimamura. And I also saw, I think I saw Dress Up Darling. And I think Promise Neverland. Oh wow. Precious chest.
I shall treasure this good fortune.
Ah, I guess you had repaired the tracks and stations as soon as I saw a cart come zipping along. Now that the tracks, station, and carts are all repaired, we're about ready to reopen Torrential Twister. It'll be good to see my design back in action again.
Who is this? This sounds like somebody I know.
You're in no condition to be out running around like this, Otto.
Yeah, but these are unusual circumstances.
I know you.
True, but you should stop to think things through.
Hello, Rodo. Don't have time today, unfortunately. Good night. Alright, bye, Rodo.
Exactly. If there's anything that needs to be done, you can just let Ferdinand and I take care of it.
You and Ferdinand? Together? It would be a miracle for you two to do anything together without fighting.
It kind of sounds like it could be Johnny Young Bosch or Greg Chun, but it could also be neither one of them and just somebody that sounds like them.
I'm not trying to make trouble. I'm just saying.
It kind of sounds like Greg Chun.
Don't worry.
It's really weird, but it doesn't sound like him. It sounds like somebody trying to sound like Greg Chun, which makes me think it's not Greg Chun. It could just be someone who has a similar sounding voice to Greg Chun.
Otto sure does. Please write.
Also,
Just like
Neon
we were
skip
back in the
dialogue
day,
arc.
I'm just worried that something similar could happen.
I was thinking that if it weren't for my
No need to feel guilt. Isn't that why we can't
draw the blueprint.
Hey, what are you trying to say?
The choo-choo cart is great, Ferdinand.
It's Choo Choo Ferdinand.
Really?
You know, Cleen.
Yeah, what in the...
Hey, Klee, do you want to...
Looks like all three of them are trying to win Klee's approval now.
Klee hasn't realized it yet, but her innocent, childlike nature is... Hey, everyone, please come with me. We need to get the Hydroidolin in the cart to help us.
Okay, he sounds less like Greg Chun there. Zoom. Do 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 do. Oh, it does appear that there are time trials. Interesting. I'll unmark all of these time trials that may or may not be on the carts for another time, just because I'm not entirely sure. I'll leave those ones for last on my own time, or maybe in a different stream. I feel like, in general, though, even though I did do that for Golden Island Archipelago, I don't know how interesting streams are when I'm just running around, going to objectives on the map. I guess it's, like, time to, like, do whatever.
Good. Torrential Twister is ready to run now. Let's go to the station at the start of the track.
Like, it's, Oh, I totally... Also, I'm on Yolanda now. I totally meant to have Kazuha be my active character, but... I do in fact have Yolan instead. This event looking long? I mean, yeah, it's 41 days long. Are you worried that I'm gonna end the stream and not pull?
Hold on a sec. Before we say goodbye, I have something I'd like to.
Or are you just, like, not wanting to do it?
Rock climbing rope. We used it on our adventures to climb mountains and traverse
This
many
is the
places.
front runner. This is the 3.8 front runner event. No, I'm just seeing my suffering.
Yes, of course. Thanks to Klee and everyone else's help, we realized that there's a special bond that keeps us together. Even though
It's a promise between men.
Yes. By the way,
Nope.
is that so? Be sure to come back and ride the choo.
Alright, so we can just, like, peace out, right? Bye! I'm not talking to any of you. Wow!
Oh, this is even higher than I expected. The
Wow.
drops are pretty steep too.
I went on Space Mountain 17 times.
Just yell and let it out.
Oops, I almost missed that one.
What happened?
What a classic. What a classic.
The bottle domain.
I like the music too. I didn't know that they spelled bloaty floaties with 2 T's for both. That's mildly upsetting. I guess that's how they get their, like, trademark. Like, official name, right? Nope. Hydroidalon crossing. Okay, and now I can mark that
One way
off.
to draw your target out of hiding.
Time to go.
That's so much fun. Guess? Wait, but if being able nothing. Kai is just the master thief. Don't you remember, Paimon?
Silly Paimon, tricks are for kids.
Oh, that.
Sorry to bother our young mage, but there's something a master thief would like to report.
Uh-oh, I was having.
We're supposed to be helping a deep.
You mean you?
In fact, the component we were searching.
Aw, do we Okay. Even though I want to keep. That's our wise mage. Seems Kokomi's out of it after that. I thought I was keeping my composure pretty well. Don't worry, my mind is always spinning. I'm used to this.
Her eyes.
We should. How about we hold hands, Miss General? Klee will give you energy.
Oh, I don't think I screenshotted it in time.
You're holding Klee's hand. The stars in the sky and the fish in the water have all disappeared.
Ah,
What
not
is
my
that?
face.
Oh.
Oops, not the... Oh. Not the button I wanted to press. I think I still have that one. I don't know. I assume that past me set this one up the same as it was before, where it can hit my face, or sometimes it'll hit me in the chest. Listen to them. Do 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 do.
You've taken care of all the problems and now I don't have to do anything?
Yes.
Yeah, we even rode the choo-choo cart.
Seems she had a little too much.
Good idea. I think we could.
Then we'll see you later.
Ja Matane. Spike Lee.
Honorary night. Bye, everyone.
Well, it sounds like... So, back to the missing component.
You bet.
It just occurred... If I remember correctly, the two... They were all arguing with one another. They sure must have all...
He won't.
Yes, I've known them for... You can hold on to the rope for now. By the way, Eula and Kale have all... They mentioned that they would like to head to the jungle... Now that I've told you...
Do you need me to
Oh,
Is that the end? Nice. Okay, cool. The next thing we will do will happen one day from today. Or whenever that actually happens. Where is this on the map? Where am I? I'm in Silver Bottle Courtyard, huh? That must be this time trial. Is that correct? Yes. Do-do-do. Okay. Oh, this way. Wow. Look at that.
A fateful offering.
So, are we any closer to anything? I guess we unlocked these. In case you ever forget. I scored a drop. Claim. Thanks. Thanks, Genshin Impact. Thanks, Neon Jungle Tiger, for streaming Genshin Impact on Twitch.tv. They gonna show up? They better show up. Anyway. Let's ditch this place. And, I guess we can try Springvale first. I thought about Dragon Spawn. You know, just sit in the water. But let's go through some historic and scenic places where Eula has been in her story quest. The place I talked about, how I always find it and then I always forget where it is and then I have to go looking for it again.
Time to go.
What team should we do? What team should we do? Let's do this. Let's do this.
Let the wind lead. Flood of frost.
Minimize the game. Well, I can still hear it, so it doesn't matter, and you can see it on stream, so minimizing the game doesn't do anything for me. Oh, I also didn't skip it, so... Oh, it's Razor. Okay. Mika Copium, right? Okay. Oh! 2 Eula Copium. Minimize it again? Although, once again, doesn't really matter. Because I can hear it. Oh, Toma! Hey, we hit... Actually, no, that's not that. That's at soft. That's pretty much at soft. We got a Mika Con, though. And a D-Luke Con. D-Luke mains out here seething. Early next, Copium! Eula, Copium! Show me that! Eula, check the Discord notifications. Close the Discord notifications. Check the other Discord notifications. Razor. Okay. Okay. Well. Here's what we'll do next. The next thing we'll do is... I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have wishing... Oh, what happened here? I don't have wishing things. That's not like a thing I do. Oh, Noelle, out of nowhere. Interesting. Interesting. It's trying. And close that again. Actually, there's no like audio indicator of a 5-star, is there? Unless it's the first one on the thing, right? Mika! Right? There's no like audio sound. It doesn't sound any different on this screen. It's just when the stars pop up. Toma! Heyo! Not that early, but there she is. And another razor. Wow. Back to back. Back to back. Another Mika. Back to back. Back to back. After this, I'll tab in and out. We'll try another location. Kiwawa. Okay.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work?
Next spot. Going up. Going up. There's probably an easier way to get up here, but back-to-back copium. We gotta keep coping. We gotta keep coping. Alright. Actually.
Follow the wind.
I remember these hilly trails used to really freak me out. Because I was bad at the game. And I was like, oh no, these hilly trails, I gotta get ready to fight. I used to be like, oh no, hilly trails. Hilly trails on Dragon Spawn. What would I do without Kazuha? Best accidental pull I've ever had in my life. What would I do without him? Alright. Then from here, actually, I don't even know why I brought Sayu. She's not going to do anything at this point. We gotta reform the party.
What's your battle plan?
Here we go.
And now it's all about getting over the sledge, which should be pretty easy. And show me that early 50-50 win. Show me that multi 5-star in one 10 pull. Oh, it's a Toma. Oops, I minimized the game. Show me that 5-star. Show me that 50-50 win. Watch that. Wow, what is that? All 10 of them are Eulas? That's incredible. 3 Mika Copium. It's a Toma. It's a Toma. We got this. What's your Mika now? C3? He's probably like C4 or C5 now. Yeah, he's C5. He's zooming. Toma, on the other hand. There he is. Second strongest shield in the game. And then Razor has been at C6 for a while now. Mika's almost there. And then just for fun. Oh, actually, I don't have it. Actually, I can get this. And then, just for fun. Taking off my headphones so I can't be disappointed until I look at the screen. Then I can be disappointed. Fair Shadow. Okay. And then history is going to take forever to update. Oh, actually. Wait. No, yeah, it's going to take forever to update. Bam bam. Bam bam. I probably could have gotten at least C3 if I hadn't gotten Yai, if I hadn't been pulling for fun for Kuwawa. But I got her anyway, so now we got her. Who would have thought? Well, actually, it was for Candace, but... we end up with Kuwawa now. And... we're one step closer to Mika. Plus I got free levels here, which is cool. And... one step closer. And there are 20 more days remaining. So... that'll probably be enough to lose another 50-50.
Knights and aristocrats share the same cultural heritage, but the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
Yeah. But what about Klee? I'll wish for Klee when I get the miracle and I get 4 Eulas in the 10 pull. Then I'll wish for Klee. But now I can just, now I have fun with this, I guess. I have a sort of useful constellation that's really a placeholder until 3, and then the next big one is at 5, or at 6. 5 is kind of whatever. 4 is also kind of whatever. I don't have enough 10 pulls, but the next thing I was gonna do was... look, no damage. Did they change that? Do you now not take damage from plunging attacks? No damage. Easy. No damage. The other place we could go to, for other wishes in the future, is actually, it's around here, isn't it? The other place is... oh, promo code? A copium promo code? Inside here. For the quest. If I had been smart, I would have left my Snow Tomb Star Silver in here, but I wanted a free refine, so I picked it up. But if you leave it in here, it stays all cool and glowy. Like if you leave the Skyrod or Greatsword. Oh, the one with Arlecchino. Like if you leave the... there's a thing to redeem this in game, right? Yeah. What was I gonna say? Also, did I ever get my Twitch drops? I did. That's enough for another single pull. Are we gonna be that greedy, though? Do single pulls. Single pulls are the way to go. It would have been probably more exciting had I done singles, but then it would have been a lot of me tabbing out of the stream, or tabbing out of the game. So I figured the next pulls I'll do here, and then we'll go back to Skyfrost. I'll jump off Skyfrost. Oh, there was somebody who was gonna do this. This was gonna be their ceremony, and I might do this for fun. I just thought of it. I might do this because it's funny.
Let's move.
No, wait, we really gotta do it over here. We really gotta do it over here for the ceremony.
The truth will come.
Oh! It would have been really funny if it was another Eula. That would have been really funny, actually. It's funny that we got the Toma, though. That we got something that wasn't, like, a harbinger of dawn. Alright, here's them. Let's heal you up. That was pretty funny. Toma giving refund OP. Especially since we don't even care about, like, 4-star pity. Now let's put this back to this.
Can't sleep.
But now we're at the end of the stream. It's also been under 3 hours. But that's why I did it at the end. That's why I did it at the end. Song of Broken Pines. Song of Broken Spines. How far am I away? Oh, I'm right there. Kagura's Verdi. Yep, there it is. Do 50/50s exist for this? Is that something? No, you just have epitomized path, right? Oh no, there is pity. Okay. But just not for the specific, you just... Okay, yeah, okay. Beat the Mantis boss and Honkai blindfolded for Eula one single ritual. Luigi... I fought the Mantis boss for about 5 seconds before it killed me because I didn't know what was happening. But you know what is funny? You know what is actually crazy? When my wish history updates, and I'll be able to verify this because my memory's awful. You know what actually is crazy? Okay, no, yeah, no. You know what actually is crazy? The first time I wished for Eula back in 1.5, I actually got D-Luke first. And I went, what? You're not Eula. You're D-Luke. And then I got Eula. And this time I was wishing, and I got D-Luke again, and then I got Eula. The game's like, alright, we'll give you the Claymore 5-star. And I said, but that's not the right one. Also, the game didn't give me Dia. Still, she remains the only standard 5-star I don't have. And D-Luke is now... You shouldn't have said that. No, I'll keep saying it. Because Dia next. But Dia... I mean... Then I'll actually have her. I'll be like, I have all the standards now. This is, I guess, marginally useful. More useful than his A1. D-Luke's got some okay-ish ones. Does she know? D-Luke's the only one at C2. And I think there's still... Don't I still have one of them at C0? Where are they? Jean C1, Chi-Chi. Yeah, it's catching. Catching still. C0. Actually, other fun fact. On the Eula rerun, the first rerun, I actually got Kutching first, and then I got Eula. The difference, though, is I was actually wishing on Albedo's banner, and I got Kutching, so then I switched over to Eula's banner. So, what I'm saying is, every time I've gone straight to the Eula banner, I've gotten Diluc, and then I've gotten Eula. That pattern has held up this entire time. The pulling on Eula's banner, so far, the pattern has been Diluc, Eula, Eula, Diluc, Eula. So maybe that means that I'm in store for another Eula. Ignore the fact that that second Eula was because I hit my 50-50 guarantee on a different banner. I can imagine, I can already see some situations where the C2 would be useful. Aside from the normal...
Crush. Eye for an eye.
Aside from stuff like that, I can see some situations where I've been like, man, she's still on cooldown. She's still on cooldown. Like, I use her hold E on some mobs, and I'm like, I gotta wait. She doesn't have any stacks, I gotta wait a couple more seconds so I can use her E to get 2 stacks in her burst. I can see some applications there, just in general use. But no, we got the Snow Tombed, because it was Snow Tombed. Snow Tomb Drip Slayer. It's such a good weapon. Song of Broken Pines looks kind of weird sometimes, in my opinion. I don't know, it just seems like really long. I don't know. Sacrificial, on the other hand. I think it's mainly because if you look at Song of Broken Pines, it's very streamlined. I really like the wide, and I think that's why I like Snow Tombed. I like the wider guard on Sacrificial and Snow Tombed. I personally think they look better. But also, Sacrificial just looks good on Eula. It's not a good Claymore on her, but it looks good. Nice color scheme. Snow Tombed is a little bit too dark, in my opinion. But Sacrificial looks nice. Until you refine it, it starts turning purple. In the meantime, there's nothing else for me to do in the events. Nothing at all. It's not like I could explore or anything like that. There's absolutely... That's not what I want to do. There's absolutely nothing for me to do. There's nothing for me to do in this game anymore. Not a single thing. There's not a single thing that I can do in this game. Not at all. Not at all. Anyway. The Akomaru. Is there gonna be a stream tomorrow? I might stream Hollow Knight tomorrow. Where you reveal your C6 Eula. Well, considering it's $200 for 81 pulls, and if you figure I currently need to get 4 more copies and I'm on a 50-50, so it's going to take at least 8 more to 80 on average, meaning $200 per 5-star, and I'm going to need 8 5-stars if I lose. Neon about to tweet, guys, I did 3 singles off stream and somehow got 4. See, that's the reason that's actually why I did pulls this morning off stream, and I almost thought to myself, what if I just didn't stream at all and just did all the pulls by myself with nobody watching? And then I thought about, I seriously considered just not streaming today, and just because yesterday I was like, we'll do polls, and I seriously considered not streaming at all today, and I ended up streaming today, which I think is what ruined it. I think what I should have done is just said, you know what, I'm just not gonna stream today. Just not tell anybody, just not stream, just not go live, don't tell anyone in Discord, don't put a tweet out, and just do polls. And then I'll have my screenshots of like, guys, it all happened off screen again. It all happened they all happen off screen. The two actually no, I already had seed. No. The two Raiden cons I think happened off screen as well. The Raiden cons happened off screen. I think Yelan and her weapon happened off screen. Need to record your off-screen polls and just play a pre-recorded video when you stream. See, that's the thing. I'm never recording when any of these things happen. I'm never recording, and so I don't even want to record. I could record using NVIDIA Shadowplay, but I feel like I just have to not be recording because then I haven't captured any of it. I haven't captured any part of it. There's no reaction. It's just a screenshot. But no, Nahida and the lamp were on stream. That was the last thing I remember really being on stream. Neela was on stream too, but we had her like well, we didn't have her guaranteed, but we were pretty much at pity. Nahida and the lamp though. Nahida and the lamp was me finishing the Archon quest and then going, because I remember I was so done at the end of that quest. I was just so done with that quest, and I was just skipping so much stuff. And if you go back to the VOD, you can tell like how like increasingly irritated I get of just being like I just start mashing through dialogue, sort of like the end of what happened here. I just start mashing through dialogue. But no. I might do some pulls. I might like explore off screen, like clear out everything, get all those primos, and then pull off screen, and then be like, guys, I did 110 roll, and I got 4 Eulas, and when's Diluc's next cool constellation? It's a C4, right? I got 4 more Eulas and 2 Dilucs, and also a Kutching somehow. Anyway. I'm excited for the rest of the stuff. Oh, we have Abyss that's gonna reset within the span of this as well, don't we? Abyss is gonna reset in basically 11 days. So that's gonna be like another 3 pulls. Abyss only gives you 600 primos, it's not even 4 pulls. Abyss. I condensed my resin, but what I didn't do is use it. So I'm also not going to use it here. I guess I'm just using this team because it's my fastest team to clear this. It's also the easiest. Because Nilo already has Friendship 10, but this is just the easiest way for me to clear this domain. I also was just thinking yesterday, because I was playing Fantasy Life. I booted up Fantasy Life on my 3DS so I could do some Street Pass trading. And also so I could just log in, look at all my items, and then close the game. Because that's what I do in Fantasy Life. That's what I've been doing for the past, like, 3 years. I was like, I totally should, like, play that on... what is it? It's not Simu, is it? It's not Simu for the 3DS. What do they call that? That's not Yuzu. Is it Yuzu? I think it might be Yuzu. I was like, I should probably play that. Because I like... I should probably play that. Because I like that game. And I think it'd be fun to play on stream before the sequel comes out eventually. But I don't know when the sequel comes out, so... And since I know how long the game is, and if I'm being completely honest, the game's about 45 minutes long if you blast through the story. It's all the other stuff. The story is not a very big part of it. I was like, I don't even know when the sequel's supposed to come out. They haven't even given us a release date yet, so I think I'll hold off on that. But yeah. We should get a new Abyss too after this one. A new 3.8 Abyss, which I'm sure is going to be awful. Sure, it's going to be awful. Why can't we go back to having Perpetual Mecha Ray being the hard thing in the Abyss that everyone complained about? What happened to just having Perpetual Mecha Ray and everyone going, why do they have it here? It's too hard. Why do we have Chamber 1? Why does this exist? Why does this even exist? More importantly, why does this exist? I genuinely think that this is the hardest part of the Abyss. And I know you can just use Sunfire, like Sunfire get good, skill issue. But I genuinely think that this is the hardest part of the Abyss. That's what I think anyway. Even though, looking at it, well, Xiangling might not do that well here. It's just that I feel like you get such a specific thing that you need. I mean, this is bad too, because you kind of need some specific things in order to have a nice run. But I feel like this is so much more restrictive. Even though it's not, this is definitely the more restrictive enemy. These aren't bad at all. It's just, none of the first half is that bad. It's just the fact that you then have to deal with this and these. Aside from that, like if these and this weren't there, and if these weren't mainly just based on their shields and their elemental application units, the Abyss wouldn't be that hard. It really wouldn't. I mean, sure, the Whopper Flowers are kind of tanky and they're annoying, but the rest of it's not that bad. And sure, the Fanged Beasts are kind of annoying as well, but think about what you could do if you didn't have these weird elemental constraints on this side. If I can do it using Bennett against the Consecrated Beast, then so can you. But that new Battle Pass Spear, if that's supposedly a new Battle Pass Spear, if that's a new Battle Pass Spear, that looks really cool for Xiangling. I'm gonna lose like 17 crit rate if I get it, as opposed to using Scarlet Sands, and I'm gonna lose some more attack. But I won't have garbage EM, and I'd only need one copy, because 120 and the 138 I just have natively. It'd kind of kill her crit ratio though, because it's already not good. Excuse me. Anyway, let's switch this back to what it's actually supposed to be. Scarlet's better anyway. It is. It is. The fact that she can't gain stacks with Guoba off field is kind of annoying though. That's also not right. That's also not right. 77, 170. That's also not right. Oh right, these were switched, but then Yolan came along. Forgot about that. So it used to be you had this, and then you had a different one of these. I don't remember which one it was, but you had something else. It might have been this one that Kale has. But then everything got switched around. Anyway. Switch this here, and switch this here, because they care about Yolan stats more than Yanfei, Xiangling's. And let's just grab this. You know, if we don't have crit damage, we don't have crit damage. The more important part, yeah, 158 crit damage is kind of whatever. The more important part is having that extra ER, in my opinion. Also, she reaches a pretty nice crit right there. Basically, it's almost a 2-to-1 ratio exactly. Her base attack's kind of whatever, but she has better. Yanfei, of course, then ends up with less desirable stats. But it is what it is. Staff of Scarlet Sands. I've thought about refining my other one, but it's just not worth it. Just not worth it. Like, the 65... I mean, she runs with Bennett, and then the whole... Their EM is attack. But she can't really... She can get, like, one stack if you pop Guoba on field right before. But you have to, like, pop Guoba, let him attack, and then... Or, like, have him attack when you switch on field to her, and then use her burst. The fact that she can't get stacks for this off stage is really annoying. That would make it really good. It'd make it extraordinarily good if you could get stacks for this off field. A free 81% of your EM converted to attack just by having Guoba on field while you're swapping through. Think about that for Raiden too. Raiden E, Kazuha EQ, or like and then like Nahida EQ, and then like Sara E, charge shot, Q, quick swap into Raiden. There, boom. She's got max stacks. She's converting her EM to attack. I don't know if there's any character that I have truly impressive stats on, if I'm being completely honest. Aside from like Ganyu and Aika, but they don't count in my mind. They don't count in my mind because they're using freeze teams. So, I mean, I guess Rosaria can get some impressive stats, but she's also using a crit weapon. Most of my characters use crit weapons. Especially you. Especially you. My last patch to farm gilded before new artifacts. Oh, you are? Actually, I did say earlier I was going to talk about that. So let's talk about that. Kokomi's looking at him right now. Definitely. That's what she's looking at. According to my sources, which are Luigi, we have a new artifact set that will increase... The 2-piece increases elemental skill damage by 20%, and the 4-piece will increase elemental skill damage by an additional 20%, and then, if not on the field, elemental skill damage is increased by another 20%. This effect will be cleared at 2 seconds after taking the field. I didn't hear that. Weeping Goddess, thank you for the follow. I did not hear that at all. I didn't hear that go off at all. I looked over because I saw something pop up in chat. I didn't hear that at all. Sorry about that. But thank you for following. Thank you for following. Oh. Yeah, so 60% skill damage on the 4-piece as long as you're off field, which I feel like that could be good with Albedo. I feel like that could be good with Albedo. I don't know how that's going to measure up to Husk with just the raw, like, defense increase. But I assume. The only problem would be... Oh, but this says additionally when not on the field. Increased. It sounds like the second you're off the field it applies, and it goes away 2 seconds after you take the field. Okay. So that kind of eases some stuff of him swapping on to use his burst, too. The other artifact stat increases normal and charge attack damage by 15% on the 2-piece effect, and the 4-piece is when the character's current HP changes, their crit rate will be increased by 11% for 5 seconds with a maximum of 3 stacks. I don't know if all those stacks are going to share the same timer, but as long as your HP is actively changing, you pretty much... Which I feel like might be a hard thing to do unless they give us a new Fontaine character that has something like that. It's basically 33 free crit rate with an additional 15% to normal attacks. Is that what you're going to switch your Noelle over to, Luigi? For the 15% bonus? The Archon comes... She has Xiao's life drain. And also Kokomi's healing on attack in her burst. Noelle will keep Husk. That's what I thought. She'll have Xiao's life drain during his burst, and then have Kokomi's healing on attack during her burst. So her HP will constantly be changing. And then, yeah. Farmable, strong boxable husk is gonna be nice. Maybe I'll finally get... What I really gotta do is I gotta replace, this one's okay-ish. I really gotta replace these. This one especially. This has turned out pretty nicely, actually. And this has turned out pretty nicely as well. If that HP, flat HP was like ER, that'd be nicer. If that was, because that's 2 HP rolls. If that was instead like 2 ER rolls, I'd be sitting pretty at like 114 ER, which would be nice. But I've had this piece for ages. Now I'm thinking about the life where I use it on Noelle, huh? I thought that's what you were gonna use it for. You were talking about it, and I was like, oh, I guess he plans to use it on Noelle. For that 15% bonus damage, and I guess the 33 crit rate. It'd be kind of hard to have Noelle's HP go down, though. And then have it go back up. Seeing as her healing is locked behind her having a shield. Against corrosion, though. Maybe that's what it's for. Maybe Fontaine will be when they reintroduce super corrosion. Anyway. Call me Nyx, it's good. Hello. Hello, Nyx, then. Nyx. Hello, then, Nyx. I'll still use Husk, but for niche. For niche, you can use, the normal attack stuff on Noelle when you want to run, like, Noelle and Mika and, Yunjin. Hello, Nyx. I just thought that saying Nyx then sounded like I was saying Nyx then as like a name. Oh, right. Actually, wait, no, Sucrose, why do you have this? Wait a second. Why do you have that? I know, don't answer that. I know exactly why she has that. Doesn't mean I have to like it. I know exact. Also, Yoimiya, I don't know what it is about her. Lisa mains when they see the skill set, right? Swap in, holdy, bam. Especially with, I don't know why I backed out that far. Where is she? She's not that far down. Here she is. Especially with her C6, swaps on field, 3 stacks of Violet Arc, swap on, holdy, bam. Elemental skill set for Nahida, Copium. For your Nahida, maybe. Maybe for your Nahida. But it only... You're building off-field Nahida then. Why does she have... Oh, because she has resonance. You'd be building off-field Nahida. Okay, back. Welcome back, Nyx. You would have to build her for off-field, which would mean she would want EM, but since you were going for her skill damage, you'd instead want to build her for damage, so you'd want like a crit rate, circlet, and Kagura's Verity. That'd be really weird. That'd be really weird. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe... Actually, you know what? Speaking of Nahida, maybe I'm gonna flip this on you, Luigi. Maybe my luck is being limited by the same limiter that you're keeping on your Nahida, huh? Huh? We both have C6 Noelle. And we both have a quote-unquote main, although your main is already... But maybe my luck for Eula is being capped by your limiter that you've kept on your Nahida by refusing to unlock her constellations and keeping her at C0. Maybe. Just maybe. Copium. Oh? Oh? Just a general O? Or something specific? Oh, actually... Oh, I don't have it plugged in. I was actually going to switch over to the headset mic, the scuffed headset mic, and then I realized it wasn't plugged in. So I have elected not to do that. I was going to do it because I thought it'd be funny, but then I realized that I don't actually have it plugged in. It's just still in the headset. I need MiHoYo to hit C6 Dendro crit damage support, so I actually have someone I want to use as second Dendro. You calling people out? Baiju be like, bruh. What is Baiju's cons? I am calling out Luigi. Luigi's the mad lad that has a C6 Nahida and refuses to use any of the constellations and keeps her at C0 for some reason unknown to me. Interesting. What if Kave... Come on, Luigi. What if Kale was... Or not Kale. What if Kave was the Dendro support? What if his C6 was the extra crit damage? That'd be funny. Critting in a Bloom team. I have Baiju. The second Dendro. The legendary second Dendro. Also, this little guy. I wanted Kave. Kave. He arrived with my Yai. My Yai that has put us in this predicament in the first place. That's my own fault, though. There's no one else to blame but me. He had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. If you'd have seen it. If you'd have been there. You're stolen my luck. I've stolen my own luck. I'm the one who was at pity on the 50-50 and then decided, you know what, I'm gonna drop like 20 pulls on Yai at like 70 pity, and then also I'm gonna then go wish on her weapon banner. So there goes all of my wishes that I had previously. And she has a job that she does, and she does it quite well. She does a job, she has a job, she does it, and she does it pretty well. But Eula disappointed in you, SMH. What can I say? I wanted Candace. And I thought, surely I'm at 70 pity. Surely I won't get Yai. In actuality, though, I actually looked at what Yoimiya's C1 was, and then decided that I didn't like it, and then if I had won the 50-50, I was just gonna cope, and I'd rather have a C0 Yai than a C1 Yoimiya. But this was the plan. I wanted to make this team. Can you blame me? Where is she?
Stay close.
I wanted to make this team. Hydro Eula. Copy. Freeze Eula. Also, she's got heterochromia, which is super cool. So, that's another reason to like Candace. And she's got cool animations. She's kind of got a not amazing kit, but you know what? She looks cool. And she's a perfect user for my primordial Jadewing Spear that nobody uses. That's why... Well, right now one of them is on Rosaria. But that's why normally they're on Candace and... Where is he? Toma. He's using Black Castle for some reason. Because some weird shenanigan happened. But normally he's on Primordial because then I bring him on field and I just auto-attack and it looks cool. Oh, Toma. Although Toma's supposed to be like really good now. Like even better than he was before now that version's like relevant. Which is
I
cool.
guess the housework can wait.
I don't... Who do you want in a second? Who do you want as a third slot in a Virgin team? You don't want double Hydro, because you'd risk overpowering Nahida's own thing. And you don't really want an Electro unit, because you'd be doing Hyper Bloom. I guess you could take Zhongli, but Toma's already there. I guess you would take Kazuha?
Time to broaden the horizons again.
Either Kazuha, or you could bring, like, Bennett or somebody. But then I just do this, and I go, look how cool he looks. They really took this guy. They really took Toma and said, hey, yo, what if we gave him an attack ascension stat? Not ER, not HP, not EM, attack. Zhongli, my Copian Dendro unit of using Deepwood. I remember all sorts of people talking about how you should use Deepwood on Kokomi. He eats his spear. He sends it. He's like... He sends it. It just... Out of there. It looks really funny too, because if you look at his animation really closely, it looks like he throws it like a frisbee. But no, his normal one too, just the... And the way he like does the kickback. And then the way he like goes back to his neutral stance. They really gave him some great animations. They gave him some amazing animations. And he's a tall male model, so all the spears look really cool on him because they get bigger. He's got some great animations. Who else has good animations that never get used? Actually, I don't know what Kiwawa's animations are. Oh, Kave's got some really cool animations. Although I feel like people, if you use them on field, you would use them. I don't remember what Yaoyos are.
Don't fear. Yo-yo's here.
Oh, that's pretty cool. They look kind of slow. They look kind of floaty, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but they're cute. Especially the first, where she like pigeon toes. Kave's though, I just like how they do the sword, like holding the sword. Also, I have my Kara on him because nobody else uses it, and it looks really good in him. And of course, his charge attack is really funny too. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Is that something that went through on the stream? Yeah, that was kind of weird. You see the camera like start to freak out when it... I see. I think I understand what happens. I think I understand what happens. I think the game like auto rotating camera doesn't like, because it only happens when I'm trying to like go forward and like straight up, and I'm trying to hold a direction forward. Once he like turns to go like this way and like stop walking off the edge, it stops happening. But that's really funny. Have they patched the thing where you can like get people to sink through the side? Have they fixed that yet? No, it's still there. He's knee-deep in denial. Is this a river in Egypt? Because he's knee-deep in denial. There we go. Oh, that actually... It's really funny. I think the only ones you can't do it with are the short character models. Because they just can't. MiHoYo don't fix it because 90% of players don't go to Abyss. Oh no. Oh no. Is it really? I felt like I could do it with other characters, and now I can't do it with anybody. Come on. Come on. Okay. Kind of. Toma is such a cool character. He is easily one of my favorite characters that I never think about. He's easily one of my favorite characters that I... There we go. What's your pull plan after Eula? The pull plan after Eula, if I get her... Well, the plan is keep pulling on Eula. Toma ain't letting that slide. And the pull plan is Eula until C6. Or until the banner ends and then we cry. And then after that... There's nothing on here that I want. I mean, Song of Broken Pines, right? But I'm literally at 0 pity. So I don't think it's I mean, it is possible. I could do a 10 roll tomorrow, get 4 Eulas, and then do a single pull on the weapon banner and get Song of Broken Pines. It is theoretically possible. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but there is a 0.7% chance of me getting a Song of Broken Pines. So what we have to do now, right, is yeah, a 0.7% chance and a 75% chance of getting that. Let's ignore that 75% chance and just say, and then the 50% chance of getting Lost Fairs. Let's just ignore those subsequent probabilities and just say it's a 0.7% chance of me getting Song of Broken Pines. Then let's say there's a 0.7% chance of me getting Eula, right? Right. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. The probability of winning, oh, 0.6. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I would need 4.6% chances. So the first thing we need to go, I'm going to open up a calculator, is we have 0.6, right? Times 0.6. That's the odd of getting 2 5 stars back to back, right? Because the chance in one pull is 0.6, and then you have a 0.6% chance again. So if you were to get 2 5 stars back to back, you have a 0.36% chance. So then if you were to get another 5 star, you'd have to multiply that by 0.6 again, and you'd have a 0.216% chance that we're at 3, and then another 0.6, and a 0.1296. I assume they'll round that to a 0.13% chance, which isn't even 13%, it's 0.13%, so it's even smaller. That's not factoring in 50/50s. And then if I were to do one pull and get Song of Broken Pines, we're looking at a 0.0777 repeating, or 7776 it looks like, percent chance in 5 pulls to get 5 5-stars. Also known as not happening. Toma ain't letting that slide. I know you're referring to me saying that Toma's my favorite character that I never think about. And it's sad, but it's true, but he really is my favorite character that I never think about. It really is sad, but it is in fact true. Because I like Toma. I'm not gonna go out of, I don't like him so much that I'm gonna be like, Toma's my favorite character. But I like Virgin Toma when. Honestly, now, maybe I'll do that just so I don't have to have this sacrilegious build on Xiangling. I like Toma because of his hangout, especially because of his hangout. And out of all of the hangouts, I think this is my favorite. This is definitely my favorite out of his hangout, and this is one of my favorites, if not my favorite, in all of the hangouts. I like this ending so much. It's so sweet. I mean, this one's fine too, right? But this one's really nice. The other one that stands to mind, the other one that comes to mind when I think of the hangouts, well, the one that immediately comes to mind is where is it? This one. This is such a cool photo. And I also just like their general vibe here as well. Just not in these specific ones, but just in the hangout in general. And then the other thing that I think of is this one. And this one. This one's funny because it's like Gap Moe. Kuki's got a lot of really expressive and funny hangout photos. But no. This one, these three are like the classic. Like, oh look, it's Kuki. But this one's funny because it's a really funny like Gap Moe thing where she's like, "What are you looking at?" And Lumine's like, nothing." And then of course there's the classic and Beto's. Beto's got a great picture in hers. Why do I start with 4 hearts there? Weird. Where is it? Where is it? This one. And you can see she's blushing a little bit. It's the I thought we agreed to strike a flirtatious pose. Sorry, you agreed with who again? And then it's just like, this one's mine. And Lumi's like, no. And she's like, no, this one's mine. But no, this one's a funny one too. I don't really remember a lot. I remember a good deal about what these ones were about. I don't really remember too much about any of this other stuff because I kind of blast through them. I vaguely remember Toma's. I vaguely remember Sayu's. I remember Beto's is really annoying. I remember Beto's is super annoying because the difference between this ending and this ending starts here. And there's a whole set of things you gotta do, which includes a lot of scripted walking that you can't speed up in any way, shape, or form, which was unfortunate. I have a bad taste in my mouth about Yunjin's, but that's mainly just because I started one of them on stream, and I was just so done with Genshin at that point. I couldn't handle the dialogue, and I was just mashing through it to finish it. But she has some nice ones. Ningguang's I kind of mashed through, but I thought it was interesting. It was interesting, like, the two different ways that you could go, like, all the vastly different things that you could do in hers. That was pretty cool. I'll be honest, I don't remember anything about Goro's. I'm sorry, Goro. I don't remember anything about your hangout. I'm very sorry. Hazo's on the other hand, where is he? Hazo! Hazo's was so good. Like, people were talking about how, like, much they loved his hangout, and I was like, yeah, but it was so good. It was such a good hangout. It was so much fun. This was actually the first ending I got. And then finding out the truth. The finding out the truth was a little weird, because then I went and I did some, like, quests that revolved around this, but I'd already done the hangout, so I'd already knew everything, but then the quests took place either in an alternate version or in a time before Hazo's hangout happened. So they're like, I wonder what could have happened. And I was like, I already know what happened. We already cracked the code. I know nothing about any of them. As you can see, I've not done them. The only thing I know is that there's a comic. I think it's by Matsuoko. It could be by Kyo39. It's somebody. There's a little comic of Farazan, and I presume it relates to her hangout, where she's like, dating, going on a date, I'm a master at this, I'm like 1,000. And she picks up this magazine that's like modern dating, and it's like holding hands, kissing and stuff like that, and she's like blushing, and she's just like, wow, everybody's so forward nowadays. And I thought that was really funny. So that's the only thing I know about the new hangouts. And you got Dia. I'll never forgive Dia's story quest. I'll never forgive Dia's story quest for one simple reason. It suits the girl. I'll never forgive Dia's story quest for the sole reason that I needed to go here for like a world quest or something. It was like an Archon quest or something. I think it was Nahida's Archon quest. I needed to go to... No. It was for the TCG event. I needed to go to Caravan Rubat in order to do something when we go out to like deliver the package. And I tried to go there, and they were like, you can't progress to the quest because the location in question is currently being used in Dia's story quest. So I went and I did Dia's story quest. You know where Dia's story quest was happening? You know where Dia's story quest was happening? Here. It was happening right here. And it was only using Dia. And no other named or unnamed NPCs. Like, none of the shared characters were there. And they were like, you can't go to Caravan Rubat because it's currently being used in Dia's story quest. And I was just like, bruh. So I did that short little sequence. She got all scary at the Eremite and threatened to like chop off his arms or something like that. And then I checked my quest log and it was like, you can progress now. And I was like, alright, Dia, I'll save the rest of your quest for some other day. But that... I was just, I'll never forget Yolan's story quest either. I started it just for fun because I was like, I'll stream it. It's content in Genshin Impact, and then I just like never did it. And so I decided to do it one time off stream, and I sped through all the dialogue and everything. And I just remember there was a climatic cutscene that happened in the story quest, but for whatever reason, at that point in time, my Genshin never had audio for cutscenes, so I just didn't hear anything. It was just a bunch of subtitles. There was no music. There were no voices. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I never really noticed it before, because story quests weren't coming out. And the only other time I noticed it was a problem was every time the battle pass reset, the cutscene would play, but there wouldn't be any voiceover. But I always skip it, so I didn't really notice. And I finally figured out that somehow, like, some files had, like, broken or something. So I'd, like, re-verified my file integrity, and it started working again. But it was really weird. It was just a thing, like, it would pop up occasionally. Like, there'd be a cutscene and I wouldn't have any audio, and I'd go, oh, right, my audio doesn't work. Right, that's a thing. Benny boy, it's time to make some more fried eggs, so I can add to my collection of, like, 600. 590. We didn't get a single one. We didn't get a single one. Almond tofu? Oh, almond tofu's great. Almond tofu's the one that ends up like... Where is it? Have I used them all? Like this, right? No, that's crab roe tofu. I really like Yanfei's My Way, and it's strictly because it kind of looks like honey bread. But... all 20 of them. And you can't even discard these. You can't even discard them. Anyway. Here we go. You might say, what just happened? Well, I switched over how OBS was capturing. So now I can... Oh, yeah. So... I wasn't able to recreate the thing because the guy whose video had the settings for this deleted his video on YouTube, or like his channel got nuked or something happened to it. Anyway, the video used to be public and then it was unlisted, but there was a direct link in one of my videos so you could still watch it. But now when you click that link, it just says this video doesn't exist on YouTube anymore. So I have no idea what the settings are, and every time I update my drivers, NVIDIA erases all of my shaders, so I have to re-input them every single time. So I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to look something like this, except not as gray. I think it's supposed to look more white. So I'm going to try and... Can I make it more white? Let me just crank up the contrast. Could never. It's just supposed to... I don't know, the bloom makes it look really bad. Let me turn off bloom. Blinded, lovely. That still looks pretty bad, but not as bad. Oh, that actually, wait, hold on. Hold on. Actually, he's in this party already. No need to mess anything up. Blinded by the light. Oh wait, actually, let me wedge myself up against a wall somewhere. Or actually, no, I should probably do it out in the open so you can actually see the hole. Okay, that didn't look as cool as I thought it was gonna look. I'm being completely honest. That didn't look nearly as cool as I thought it was gonna look. This, on the other hand, I know is gonna look cool. And let's turn bloom back on. The shaders that make Genshin look really nice until you go anywhere that's slightly out of the light. And then you go, what's that? I can't see anything. What's that? I have night blindness. I can't see anything. Like the chasm. Or anywhere underground in Inazuma. It's impossible to see. Look at this. Look at this. It's a big black screen. Even with the Lumen Stone, it's not, it's a little bit better, but it's still not amazing. Although it does make it look more like the underground. I guess this is my so-called realism. Never take off Kazuha, and nope. Bam. What's the other one? Oh, the other one is just like a vibrant one. It looks pretty much the same, but the colors are more vibrant. Most noticeable, I guess, on the map. I really like how this one does a lot of things. I especially like how the map looks. The problem is it just makes everything so dark. And I can't see anything. I mean, I could see things if I turned my monitor brightness up, but then every other application I have would be blindingly bright. And I'm just not about that. You know, all the white window tab bars at the top of the windows. I'd be blinded. I think it's weird that NVIDIA doesn't capture shaders unless you're using window, or not NVIDIA. OBS doesn't capture shaders unless you're using window capture, but if you're using game capture, it doesn't. This is my special chest. I think I even have it marked. Yes, chest, special, do not open. This is my special do not open chest. I found it one time, and then I left it there. And then I never came back, until now. It's not even a, like, in case of emergency break glass. It's just my special chest. It stays there. I think it looks cool. I think it's in a nice spot, so I'm gonna let nature take its course.
Let's go get ourselves some answers.
Yeah, this is the team I want. I was thinking about bringing Jean. Also, it's too dark. I'm not doing this. Turn this off, and then because window capture uses more CPU than game capture, switch back to game capture. The only point of using window capture is if I want to show the shaders, and since I'm not doing that, I'm not going to use it. It's more CPU usage. Not really a problem, but if I don't have to use it, why should I? Just because you can leave the all the lights on in your house doesn't mean you should leave all the lights on in your house. Or if no other reason than your power bill. It's one of those things. You gotta follow the true gamer logic of, yeah, I could fight this boss. I could use this weapon I've been saving, or the spell I've been saving, or the super buff item I've been saving to fight this boss. Or I could just not and suffer. Me playing literally every single game. I straight up like did not use any of the heroes' relics in Three Houses until like the very last chapter of the game, because they're like they only have 20 durability, and you gotta get this fancy stuff. You gotta get like Abyssite or whatever they call it to repair them, and I was like, I am not about to break these weapons. I'll save them from when I really need them, and I never really needed them. After that playthrough, I was just like, alright. Alright. Well. We're gonna do this differently. And that's why I always try to set Sylvain up to be able to kill the Death Knight. Sylvain plus Night Kneeler plus Lance of Ruin equals yay! And also led me to my eventual success in getting Lysithea to kill the Death Knight in turn 1 in like 30 seconds. Game starts. I move Lysithea 1 tile forward. Due to her S+ rank in magic, she gets +1 range Due to her being a Dark Knight, she gets +1 range. Due to Thyrsis, or whatever, she gets +1 range. And with all of those combined, she ran up one space, diametrically opposed, not really diametrically, but, and then the other room, in a room that she had no way of knowing it existed in the real world, she ran up to a wall, looked at the wall, said, I'm gonna use Dark Spike's Tau, and hit the Death Knight on the other side of the room and one-shot him. Hubert was like, there appear to be strange contraptions on the floor. We should be careful. And it's like, they might help us, but they might also help our enemies. We should be careful. Lysithea takes one step forward, kills the boss, and the map's over. Fire Emblem at its finest. This is the part of the stream where I usually start losing my mind, and I'm glad to see that that's only half true right now. I've only half lost my mind. It's always a good thing. It's always good to know when you can recognize that you're beginning to lose your mind, but haven't quite lost it yet. What is gonna make me lose my mind, and not control, music is what makes you lose control, is if this Abyss Mage decides he wants to aggro on me, because I'm gonna be very upset.
Time to go.
I feel that, but I'm a new comfort streamer, well thank you. No, that's most streams. I love Genshin streams, and I've been putting off Hollow Knight Luigi because I actually have to like make progress in that game now. I have to go places I don't have maps for, and I hate that. If there's one thing I hate, it's not knowing where I'm going in a game. So even though there's plenty of stuff to do in Hollow Knight, very like linear stuff, somewhat, I'm not doing it just because I don't want to explore new places. I just don't. It's my least favorite part of Dark Souls and Code Vein. Everything else about Code Vein is cool, including the fact that it's way easier than Dark Souls. But I just like knowing where I'm going in games. It's my biggest pet peeve. I seriously feel that. Yeah, it's my biggest. Bizarrely though, the one, or I guess the two games I don't really feel that are in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know why, because they're functionally like the same as every other open world game pretty much in terms of like exploration and gameplay. Well, not exactly the same, but the general concept is the same. But for instance, in Genshin, I hate not having a map, not being able to know where I am, or to like see like the topography. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, whatever. Totally fine with it. I'm more upset with not having the fast travel points rather than actually knowing where I am, which I think is really strange because pretty much every other game it's all about knowing where I am. Zenki Zero, Code Vein, Hollow Knight, Genshin. It's pretty much always knowing where I am. But for whatever reason, I just don't feel that in Breath of the Wild. And I don't know, I just feel, maybe it's because I feel very comfortable in, like, the Honkai. Honkai. Oh. Honkai. I don't know how I feel about the map in Honkai. Sometimes I feel like it'd be nice if it would tell me. For instance, I went to go get some materials for Luoka, and I couldn't tell. I clicked on this teleportation point to a Crimson Cavern that I thought was where the enemies were, but it turns out they were actually like 20 feet above me on a platform I couldn't get to unless I went to a different teleport waypoint. That kind of annoyed me. And speaking of Honkai in general, I want to play Honkai Impact the Third and keep playing it. I'm on like chapter 18 or something. Mugi's been playing it. She's been on a real like MiHoYo spree where she's been cycling between like God of War, Star Rail, Impact, and I guess Genshin. I guess, but really more Star Rail and God of War and Honkai Impact. And I really want to. I really want to play Impact and get into the story more. I don't really care about the other stuff. I played it too. I played it for a while. And I do want to play it, and I think Post Honkai Odyssey is amazing. I love it so much. It's so much fun. I might re-download Honkai just to play Post Honkai Odyssey. It's just so much fun. what I can't... The biggest problem I have with the story in Honkai is that it's got a lot of voiced cutscenes that you can't speed up in any way, shape, or form, which is cool, but sometimes it kind of drags on and I don't really care about what the characters are talking about, but I don't want to skip it because they might talk about something that I do care about. And the other thing that gets me is a lot of the story chapters, you're forced to use trial characters, which is to make sure that everyone can experience the story regardless of their progression in game and what characters they have. I get that. But sometimes those trial characters are just extraordinarily painful. And I say that in a way of, I'm so glad that Himiko's dead. Not because I dislike her, but all of the chapters where I had to use her battlesuit, and she had the slowest, clunkiest, most unintuitive attacks in the entire game that apparently work quite well if you, like, hit her attack button in, like, rhythm. Apparently it, like, chains together really well. I didn't know that until after I'd already done all of those chapters, just mashing the attack button. Had I known that, I probably would have enjoyed it a lot more. But just, also, I wanted to get 3 stars in every single level, so... But... Like, Himiko, I'm sorry you died. You seem like a pretty cool character. One of the few characters that weren't out to, like, screw the main characters. But I just want to use my Hersher of Thunder with her fancy Hersher weapon that I got on my returnee bonus to just wreck shop with everything because it's the beginning of the game. I don't want to use this level 60 battlesuit that has, like, no levels on anything. I just want you to let me use Mei. I just want to mash the attack button and watch her go swing, swing, swoosh. But also, Su Shang had a banner a long time ago, like last year or the year before. She also had an event that I started to do and then never finished. I don't know, it's just... I don't know. I also don't really understand how Honkai works at all. I don't understand how I'm supposed to play the game. I can't remember the last time I played Impact. I just don't know how it works. I don't understand, what do they call them? Stigmas. I don't understand stigmas. I don't understand how they work or what they do or what I'm supposed to put on what or how I'm supposed to make them, or that I know I can grind for some of them. I don't know which ones are good and which ones are bad or what I'm supposed to do for anything. And the guides that they have in game aren't very helpful. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. I take Hersher of Thunder. I take Hersher of Physical, and I take Fischl, and I put them on a team together, and I use all their skills, and I swap between them when it tells me to swap between them, and I mash my buttons, and then sometimes things die. Versus on Genshin, I'm like, hey yo. Alright, time to do this, time to do this, time to do this. Oh, I saw that great Reddit post of Honkai player, or like Star Rail players versus Genshin players. And it was like, it was Aether, and he was going like... And then it was, Lumine, and she was like... And I was just like, yeah. Yep. It do be like that. It do be like that. Although in my case, I'm just impatient. So I play Star Rail the exact same way I play Genshin, which is me mashing buttons. I'm just impatient, which is... The fact that you can't skip ultimate animations in Star Rail is very annoying, despite the fact that unlike a lot of other games I've played, turn-based games I've played, you get them so quickly. You're constantly using them. In other games I play, they're always like big finishers and stuff like that. And then in Star Rail, they're just like, yeah, just, you're always using them. I wish there was just not even like I just wish there was a toggle to where I could just not view the animation. I don't need it in my life. But since I brought up that comparison, I'm gonna go struggle a little bit against the Abyss. We're gonna have some fun, and by fun, I mean I'm gonna die a little on the inside, but it's okay, because it's for content. I'm starting to lose my brain. Brine? I'm starting to lose my brind. My brain mind, if you can't tell. Yeah. I just thought of something really funny that's actually not that funny. I just thought of something that's not that funny at all, but I think it's funny. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up. Please don't copyright me, YouTube. Please don't copyright me, YouTube. I beg of thee. I beg of thee.
Oh, hey, Lucy, what's up? Check this out. I just...
It sounds so quiet. I'm gonna turn it up on my end because I can't hear it. Oh hey, Lacey. What's up?
Check this
What's
out.
up? I just got the juiciest text from Charlotte, who told me the nastiest thing about Kendra. No.
What?
Yes.
I'll tell you.
Hey, but you remember, everything Charlotte says is a lie.
It's a lie.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Everything Charlotte says is a lie. Better not believe her. Said she saw Kendra and Evan at the mall, standing face to face. Listen, and held in hands, slipping all the way to first bit. Oh, it's okay. They're gonna go down all of them. Such a fun song. Believe her.
Kendra and
Evan?
Yup. Well, what about Brett? I
I know she's just so full of it, but really don't say anything.
Of course not. I won't say a word. Yellow? Cassie? Charlotte! Yo! Everything Charlotte says is a lie. Everything Mom says it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Everything Charlotte says is
This is my friends talking about people. We're gonna cope with having her on. Oh, this is Genshin so loud now. Oh, I got the perfect solution for this. Second base, but everything Charlotte says is a lie. Where's Microsoft Edge in here? You better not tell me it's at 100% volume. No, it's not. Be true, then you can. And oh, can you imagine what Brett would do if he heard that kind of a rumor? It's got Liz Gillies and Ariana Grande in it. They were both in this musical. I'm really gonna regret not putting Rosario on Favonius. Oh. This is not going well, but oh well. We're just gonna quick burst here. Oh, that did. Oh, right. Shield.
Everything Kendra says is a lie. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie.
Doing the tongue in some other guy. You better believe it.
She said, he's on
Right now. Oh, it's just like right now. I thought it was right there. Okay, it's gonna loop because I didn't want YouTube autoplay.
I just got the juiciest text from Charlotte who told me the nastiest thing about Kendra.
We're gonna do a little
What?
short
Alright,
one
I'll tell
here.
you.
But remember, everything Charlotte says
Oh.
is a lie. It's a lie.
It's fine.
a lie,
Second
it's
chamber
a
is easy enough without my
lie.
burst.
Everything Charlotte says is a lie. You better not believe her.
Ah.
'Cause she says she saw Kendra and Evan at the mall, standing face to face, laughing and talking and holding hands, slurping all the way to first base. But everything Charlotte says is a lie. Better not believe
When did she take
her.
damage? Must have been right at the start.
Yup. What about Rex? Oh, I know, she's so full of it. But really, don't say anything.
Loop music, it won't affect me. Yeah. Just bad timing.
Yellow?
Cassie?
Charlotte!
Yo! Everything Charlotte says is a
Everything
lie.
Molly says it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a
Right for that.
lie.
Everything Charlotte says
Everything
is a
Mommy says is a lie. You better not believe
Okay,
her.
it's these two guys that I gotta worry about. They always get me.
She said she saw Kendra and Evan on the bikes, having a little race. Molly saw Kendra at the park, let Evan get to second base.
Ooh, nice. We've been blessed. We've been blessed with that awful run on the first half that we actually got a decent run second half. Oh, it didn't happen yet. I thought her little explosion at the end. Okay. I can't imagine. And what he's gonna do is he's gonna then do this.
'Cause baby, now we got bad blood. You know it used to be mad love. So take a look what you've done.
Oh, crit rate, nice.
'Cause baby, now we got bad blood.
I can't take it back. Look where I'm at. We was OD,
Kendrick Lamar.
remember that. My DLC was quite ODID, my facts. Now POV of you and me similar I act. I don't hate you, but I hate to critique, overrate you. These beats to the drop can't use bass lines to replace you. Take time and erase you. Love don't get no more, no, I don't fear no more. But yet respect ain't quite sincere no more.
It's so bad to. Oh wait, hold on. I might have to. Oh, that was nice. That was clean. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I need to grab something. I'll just leave this here, and I'll just like kind of freeze like this.
Just for show, if you live like that, you live with ghosts. Band-aids don't fix bullet holes. You say sorry just for show. If you live like that, you live with ghosts. If you love like that, blood runs. 'Cause baby, now we got bad blood. You know it used to be mad love. So take a look what you've done. 'Cause baby, now we got bad blood. Now we got problems, and I don't think we can solve them. You made
Bad blood to loop again. Oh, this is a real rat's nest I've created. That only began yet again, and the prayers that keep piling up, no end. Let's say it instead, or was it all pretend? I started so much that it wouldn't even help. Tears that I cried from the pain that I felt they showed up there on my face when I'm right on the brink. So I'd like to think it did in fact not loop. Nice. And I'm just too much. Understand, there's no one else I wanna love. There we go, right? Bang, bang, you must be joking to think you love. like you do. It's not like you do. It's not like you even wanna do. Sure that bang, bang, bang. We're going straight into hell. If you can't tell, if we keep going this way, we'll never change it. So won't you undo? Hey, won't you undo the stare symptom of loving you? This one-sided obsession with you couldn't be healthy for me. Hey, could you text me how I can forget you so I can be free? Our beat has gone out of sync. Going back to tempo. I don't like this version of me, but I guess so. Oh, did that hit? I can't tell. I'll always be there by your side. You wanted to lead, I'll come running on. I'm here on my own. Why did you leave me all alone? So bang, bang, bang. You must be joking to think you'll ever understand exactly how much I've given for you. It's not like you do. It's not like you do. Storing cages the most annoying. Just try to bang, bang, bang. You're going straight down to hell. If you can't tell, if you keep going this way, we'll never change that. So once you undo, hey, once you undo, I need some energy. But there we go. Oh, go this too far away. I only wish that I could be with you in the end, but no one else I want. This is really loud. Can't you understand? And sure, bang, bang, bang. I think you've known all along through every song that I'll keep loving you now until forever. I know that you do. I know that you do. Come on, pick up what is wrong with you. So try to bang, bang, bang. Doing because I brought it up with Nyx and I thought I might as well do it anyway. It's gonna be pain, but why not? This one-sided obsession with you couldn't be healthy for me. Hydrate? I don't have water. Could you believe me if you find it in me to love me again? 20% burst damage, nice. So wait, tell me then. Oh. Lunity, hold on a second. I don't have any energy. I'll be right back to get water. Water's good. You always want to drink. By the time you need water, it's too late. By the time you realize you need water, it's too late. I wonder. I hear it when I took off my headphones. I don't think it picks up in the mic. For whatever reason, there's a wind chime in here. Inside, I know, right? I guess it's a set piece. And because I have this big box fan on in the background, which you might hear sometimes, it's dangling and it's wind chiming. I thought that was pretty funny. Okay. Wow, we've hit 4 hours. That's wild. That's crazy. That's insane. Want the world. I hate the beach, but I stand with no energy, and this is why I regret not having funniest lance. Use the sleeves of my sweater. Let's have an adventure. Head in the clouds, but my gravity centered. Touch my neck, and I'll touch yours. Rosaria's burst is nowhere to be found, and Eula's dead. So, what I think about when love do mouse, when mouse, no shirt, no blouse, just as you found out, nothing I want to tell you about, no, it's too cold, whoa, whoa. Oh, that was weird. You here, and Oh. Weird. It did not let me switch to Bennett. I guess I was in an animation lock. Just take your breath away. I don't mind if it's not much to say. Sometimes the silence starts to mind to move to a place that... I knew that was gonna happen. My left hand needs... I scored a drop. Nice. Oh, I'm still on this too. Oops. I'm back. Phone lag. You didn't miss anything important. You didn't miss anything important. Coming down. I just realized that I was playing the game without the game visible on stream. Just as you find out, nothing I wouldn't want to tell you about. No, no, no. Too cold. Oh, I didn't. And now, so let me get back inside Bennett's burst, please. Both your hands in. Oh, nice. That extra 20% burst damage is actually doing so much work right now. It's actually doing the most amount of work out here. No, no, no. Okay, well, maybe we can cope. With no superconduct. Okay, no. Okay, this should be nicer though. We have, unlike the previous times I've done this, we have bonus burst damage and we have bonus crit. So we got a lot of things working in our favor. Oh, I got hit by that. Probably should have not done the damage combo and instead went for the safe combo, which is holding after the normal 4, because you get to hold on to your death bonus for a little bit longer. Get back over here. Rosaria's burst doesn't really matter. It's nice to have, though. The important part is Bennett. Kimi no Kaoni. Let me go around. Utamo. それでもいいから僕の思うように生きてくなっても心の歌は君に忘れているよたとえ声も出せずに守り歌えないながら一緒に歌っててくれるかな割れんばかりの拍手も響き渡る歓声もいらない君だけ分かってよ分かってよ Darling 夢が叶ったのお似合いの言葉が見つからないよ Darling 夢があなたの愛してるたった一度のたった一人の生まれてきた幸せ味わってるんだよ今日がメインディッシュで思いのな続いたデザートを食べるの丸いのするプリフスで君はなよな OK いらないずっとずっとそばに置いていてよ聞こえない声といつなくても好きだよ分かってよ分かってよ Darling you Oh really? Wow あなたのお似合いの言葉がIt's gonna It's I should have the heart rate monitor on for this Let me in 触れてゆく Heal, heal. Heal, heal. Heal, heal.
There is no escape. Let's light it up.
Oh, Eula's like dead. Shoto. I actually don't know the rest of the song. Nikara. No, it's definitely. It's more. 片思い好きだよ分かってよ分かってよ分かってよ Bro 夢が叶ったのお似合いの言葉が見つからないよ夢が The annoying one is gone Okay, it is still possible. The dream is not yet dead. It is just soon to be deceased. 部活帰り君と笑う前髪は気にせずに君の歩幅に合わせ歩く夕暮れた道ちょっとコンビニでも寄るいいよアイス食べたいなおごったりしないから分かってねって 君が左で私が君を歩くためになるとなんか違って言い合っていつも君が出来上がった二人の関係は友達一緒でこれと移動ですすれ違うといつももちろんなって顔も見たくないでそう薄くもしれないって突き放されてそれでもごめんって言えなくて一人家に帰って暗い気持ちでどうにも響き込んで Barely お互い気持ちを救う今日はごめんって二人一緒に笑ったの私が Oh, oops ならない説があられる運命の人が私の中に What? いちゃうかもなんてね君がそばにいて Anything else I can do? Boom. Abyss. Done. I saw somebody who completed it with all level 1 artifacts. 君が好きになる人君が好きになる人は本当にでもにつかなって How? They used Alhaitham Virgin and Nilo Bountiful Bloom, and they leveraged transformative reactions. It was Nilo, Nahida, Sing Show, Max Star, yeah, 36 star. They 36 starred. Who was the last? It was Alhaitham Virgin, on second half, and first half was Nilo, Nahida, Singcho, and another Dendro character I don't remember. 君って明日は私のいなんて危険な世の中に夢を合わせバカバカしね二人一緒に笑っちゃえば私は嫌なことでも忘れもいつか現れる運命の人私が信じられちゃうかもなんてね It's been a while. 君がそばにいて But if you don't get that last line, what are you doing? 二人一緒に笑っちゃう私がきっとくれるわ10年もそばにいるって約束デザインがしないと泣いちゃうかも Something でね I'll always be by your side Ooh, voice crack What's autoplay good? No. No. What is this? I inhaled some water the wrong way. I felt it. Which one is this again? Oh. Rain with cappuccino. Amito cappuccino. No, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. I refuse. I'll do this again. Remember when this was all I did for like a solid like 2 months? Remember when like half of the streams were just me singing this one song over and over again with this exact same cover? I refuse. I refuse. I'm not singing Rain and Cappuccino. I'm just not doing it. I don't know the original lyrics that well, and I can't sing the English ones well. They sound kind of funky when I sing them. Now, the real question is, do I remember the lyrics of this? No. It's not very loud either, so I can't even bank on that. Why did I come over here? I forgot that these were here, because whenever I farmed this, I'd straight up just put a waypoint here. There we go. I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know why I used her skill there. I messed that up. It's not letting me zoom in. Never mind. I was furiously scrolling my scroll wheel trying to zoom in and it didn't let me. Oh, Hotaru. Oops. Ah. I can't zoom in again. I was gonna zoom in on their face. Oh, what? What? Oh, it was deactivated. Let me zoom in, game. Scroll. I'm slowly losing my mind, can you tell yet? Now we get to the hard part of the song, which is the third verse onward, because I don't remember it. Because whoever sings past the first verse in Dawn and Firefly, if YouTube Shorts and TikTok and stuff are to be believed, not a lot of people. Yes, I can tell. I'm getting to that good old stream brain rot. I'm not fighting you. Why did I come here? I thought it'd be funny to use Nahida. Mitsuni utsuru hatmi o suki o mite ita. Gotta love those S sounds. Kara natsu ga konai mama sora. Oh, I know what we can do. Tamama uni wa mararu daro ka kegata no yume kabutsuki ga mieta sora asa ga konai marade iki ga dek. Ooh, also, perfect timing for... Actually, no, I don't really want to change this gear. Actually, you know what? We will use him. Natsuya konai mama no machi. What's this gonna autoplay into? I'm very curious. Okay, I'm not singing this well. Actually, did this get copyrighted on YouTube? I don't think this one got copyrighted on YouTube. I think we're still okay.
We were only 11, but acting like grown-ups, like we are in the present. Drinking from plastic cups, singing love is forever and never. Well, I guess that was true.
Oh, he already has one. Nice.
Dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we
Actually,
sang songs with all our childhood friends. And it went like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young. Singing off the top of both our lungs. Now we're under the covers. Fast forward to 18, we are more than
that was a really funny gulp sound.
yeah, we are all we need when we're holding each other. I'm taken back to 2002.
You know what? Why not? Why not?
Yeah, dancing on the hood in the middle of
He needs some more
the
ER.
Mustang, where we
Excuse me.
sang songs with all our childhood friends. And it went like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time.
That's better.
Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young. Singing off the top of both our lungs on the day we fell in love.
Oh, I still gotta be here.
Fell in love. Dancing on a hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we sing songs with all our childhood friends.
Friends? Like the TV show?
Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young. Singing at the top of both our
Oops.
lungs on the day we fell in love. On the day we fell in love. On the day
There we go.
we fell in love. On the day we fell in love. On the day we fell in love.
Low. Alright, Toma, you're back up.
Let me weave you a verse.
Well, I that's me, I'll never tell. I looked at pennies and dimes for a kiss. Looking for this in my way. Should be good. That's I was hoping. Actually, a lot of the Taylor Swift stuff that used to get copyrighted is now like not copyrighted anymore, which I thought was interesting. Also, I want singable songs, and as much as I love edit audio, this is what we need. Gotta crank this one up.
Somebody's hiding, it's cold in my icebox. Somebody's cold one, just giving me chills. Guess I'll just close my eyes.
Who are you? Oh.
Everybody was telling, wrestle with Jerry. Something is bubbling behind my back. Mama is ready to blow.
Panera Bread.
Bread. That one always gets me. That one always gets me. That one never fails to get me. Say it ain't so, but Matt Sharp is the only one singing. A classic. Always. It's something about it. Over here. Fight me on dry land like a true warrior. In combat, advantageous to me and not to you. Alright, the next one is the autoplay queued up Ed Sheeran. So, you know Tom Petty? I know a little bit of Tom Petty. Bruh, no Favonius proc? Bro, that took a long time to get a Favonius proc. Ugh. That took a long time to get a Favonius proc. Now, Buddy over here is gonna come and join in our party, even though we really don't want him here. He just kind of shows up and he says, "Oh, you've activated my draft card."
Rain outlines your fate. Know my soul.
And then you say, "That's not the right game." And then you say, "Remember that time in the anime for Yu-Gi-Oh! DX when Chaz said, 'I'm gonna play Beetle 2 Electric Boogaloo. I mean, Electric Thunder Beetle,' or whatever it is he said. Free Falling? Free Falling is a classic. I think this is one that was helped when it got pitched up, because it got sped up and pitched up, and it's now in a key that I can drop and not sound weird. I also don't know the words to this though, but...
When I was 6 years old, I broke my leg.
Why is it... Did I really not come here earlier? But then it's sped up, which makes it sound weird. This is a sweet perfume on the mountain grass while rolling. Are there any here? No. Okay. Take me back to when... These are the ones that spawn in.
Found my heart, broke it, hit, made friends, and lost through the years. And I've not seen foreign fields in so long. I know I've grown.
I'm not flying Pyro way too fast, or Pyro way too fast. Oh, it sounds so funny. Oh, water rip. I feel like it's getting really loud.
15 years old and smoking and roll cigarettes. Running from the law to the backfields and getting drunk with my friends. Had my first kiss on Friday night. I don't reckon I did it right, but I was younger
Ooh,
then.
almost died there.
Take me
Back
back
to
to
when
when we found
Oh, we
weekend
found
jobs
cause
when we
on
got
the
paid. We buy cheap
just deep
spirits
spirits
and
and
drink them
them
straight.
straight.
Me and my
Get me out of there.
friends have not
That's not what I wanted to do.
shown up in so long, oh how we've grown. But I
I
can't
can't.
wait
That's
to go
also not what I wanted to do.
home.
It works, I guess. Driving. Oh, hello. Singing to kindness. Okay. Her neck just ragdolls. She just goes. That's peak stagger animation right there.
One friend left to sell clothes, and one works down by the coast. One had two kids but lives alone. One's brother overdosed. One's already
Oh, I
on
came into
second
really.
wife.
One's just barely getting by.
These
These
people
people
raised
raised
me
me
and
and I
can't wait to go home, and I'm on my way. I still remember these old country lanes when
We did not know. I didn't get a foul or a sad frog. Really? Wow. Me feel it's real. Watch the sun over the castle. Now, quick before it runs out. Quick before it runs out. There's some over here too. It ran out. Over the castle. These aren't actually. There we go. There should, yeah, there's two there. No, 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 Bastille, no, no, no. We're leaving this sped up audio autoplay YouTube thing. We're not doing this anymore. We're doing this instead. Something is equally as chaotic. Or
Rain cutter.
oh, he's still on cooldown.
Rain
Just as well.
outlines your fate.
A touch to the groom,
That's awkward.
to the bride,
I'm your
to your sister, who's always by your side,
to your
to your union, and hope that you provide. You always.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Rain outlines your gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
I don't know why I used both Hydro characters there. They're both Hydro Specters. I remember that night I just might. I remember that night I just might. I remember that night I just might. I remember that night I just might regret that night for the rest of my days. Oh, and the cognition. Remember themselves trying to win our praise. I remember those candlelight like dreams you just can't place. But Alexander,
I'll never forget the first time I saw your face.
I will never been the same. Intelligent eyes and a hunger pain frame.
And when you said hi, I forgot my dang name. Set
But my heart aflame, every part aflame. Oh, she almost drowned. I almost lost energy and health.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean, and you forget
Live
yourself.
yourself, is that right?
I'm never
Satisfied,
Is that
right? I've never been satisfied. Ooh,
My name is Nasimume.
sudden change as we go from evening to night.
And there's a million things I
And
haven't
it hasn't done, but just you wait, just you wait. So.
This is what it feels like to match with someone that you love. What the hell is the catch? It's the feeling of freedom of seeing the light.
Think of the pen and the kite. Oh, I said pen and the kite. That's not obviously not right.
It's everything we said in total agreement. It's
Oh, I should claim my other Twitch drop awards. I have a chance. You use fancy. He looked askance. He's penniless. He's flying by the seat of his pants. Handsome boy, does he know it? Now look into your sister's face and she is helpless. And I know she is. And her eyes are just. And I realize 3 fundamental truths at the exact same time. I've had to change her life. Rich, my only job is to very rich. One thing I've been son, so I'm the one who has the social climb for one. And the oldest and the wittiest and the gossip in New York City is insidious. Alexander's penniless, hee hee, but it's making me any less.
He's after me, 'cause I'm a sky sister, I'm dissatisfied.
Oh.
Maybe
That is why I introduced him to Eliza. Now that's his bride. It's like to never be sad.
I know my
Sister like I know my. Oh.
You will never find
Anyone that's just singing or is kind and singing to my love, and she'd be silently resigned. He'd be mine. Isn't mine, she'd be lying. When I fantasize and wait, it's Alexander's eyes.
I romanticize what might have been if I hadn't sighed. And
Oh.
not so quickly. At least I realize that's his wife. At least I keep his eyes in
And
my
alive. So. Ooh. To the groom, to the bride, to the bride. Little sister, who is always on your side. To the high note, and the hope that you provide. May you always be satisfied. This is my stop.
She'll be happy as his bride, and I know you'll never be
Satisfied. Be satisfied. Ooh, that was a big one. Zoom this way, quick before they run out. Oh, it ran out. I mean, the shield didn't, but my hydro application did.
You'll be lonely.
No. What else do we have? All these things that we're getting are all like da 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 da. Right? When am I gonna get some nice? Oh, I guess I could just do dilemma and not go up. That's an opportunity, an option. And here's the opposite of that. I could just drop all these songs down. Most of them are in keys where I could just drop them down. Or I could do this. I could drop. Actually, I don't think I can drop this one down. You should do that. Actually, I'll fight you guys. Why not? I'll get energy back, and then I'll have Yanfei clean up. You're like a paper. Oh, that I let go too quickly. Just as you float away higher and higher. I don't know all the words to this song, so I'll have to do my best to try and remember them. Wait, Spectre that way? What? I don't know what she said. I could just look up the lyrics too. But I won't because that means I'd have to open up a tab while trying to play Genshin. But I could do it now when I'm teleporting. I have to find where I am now too. Seconds turn to hours. Gone without a sound. I know I have to let you go. It's right at the end too. I looked at the lyrics for like the last 15 words. If that. Like a paper and turn. It's like tinnitus. What is this? Oh no! Well, this is suitable, I guess. Please don't copyright me, Val. Hey, pretty boy. I wonder where you're going with that face of yours. Hey, pretty boy. It's a shame no one's holding that hand of yours. Hey, pretty boy. It's a Friday night and I'm a little bored. Hey, pretty, this is suitable, I guess. Then we shine and say, hello, don't tease me. It's funny when you're nervous and you look away. You stutter when I laugh and give yourself away. Take a deep breath and let's go jump on Saturn's rings. The stars all align when our eyes would meet. I think the universe is telling us something in another life. The fates steal you away. Hey, pretty boy. When there's tears on the sleeves of yours. Hey, pretty boy. It's funny how you call me baseball on Netflix and chill. How about we marathon on your favorite shows? Hey, pretty boy. Like Food Wars, or don't tease me, it's funny when you're nervous and you look away. You start when I love and give yourself away. Take a deep breath and let's go watch Great British Bake Off. The stars all align when our eyes would meet. You think the universe is telling us something in another life. Would Guy Fieri still be famous? Though I've run out of time. I want you to be mine. Alden Brown host Iron Chef. Hey, pretty boy. Was there someone to sneak in the last day, pretty boy? Don't give me such a sad look because I'm gone. Bye, pretty boy. Let's meet again someday. I'm hoping that this has like a thing at the end of it where she's like, thanks to the Nope. Nope. I'm not singing Seafoam. I refuse. I refuse to sing Seafoam. That gave me a slight little jump in the heart, because I was like, is that something about to attack me though? And that's lightning on Sayray Island. I for a brief moment thought it could be a creeper, and then I thought to myself, I'm not playing Minecraft, so that's not a concern. So again with the I refuse. No, I'm not singing Seafoam. This is Seafoam. Dive into a world humans can't see. This is also not all the specters. Where worries turn to light and ecstasy. With tears illuminate your whole being. Shouldn't there be? Yeah, I knew it. But these waves are drifting me away. Doom, 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 doom. They both don't have energy. Oops. Oh, I started too early. Came in, measured too early. Oops, hurt me. Won't you rescue me underneath the sea? Oh, underneath the what? Turn into sea foam.
Won't you stay with me underneath the sea
Before I turn into sea foam. My voice is trapped in bottles. You can't see or... Oh, actually.
I'm losing
Breath I can't move yet. I close my... You did not... Okay, there we go. May I throw something at your face? Go for it. If you can do it at a comical moment, that's even better. Are too small to swim. Stay afloat in this pool of life. That was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good. Ride the ocean current. Okay, I'm not. No. We're going back to Dilemma. I'm opening up my history on YouTube, and we're going back to Dilemma, and I'm dropping it down. That's what's happening. Scrolling all the way back up to the 4th song that was played. That only begin, then again, and prayers that keep piling up. No end to the scent that stayed in your said, or was it all pretend? It was a bike. There's a whole sort of things. One of them's a hamburger. Even though the tears that I cried from the pain that I felt that show up there on my face when I'm right on the brink, or so I'd like to think. I've done my best, but guess in the end I'm just too much. What do you not understand? There's no one else I wanna love. These drops are awful. Bang, bang, you must be joking. You think you'll ever understand exactly how much I've given for you. It's not like you do. It's not like we do. It's not like you even wanna do. Shut it, bang, bang, bang. You're going straight down to hell if you can't tell if we keep going this way. We'll never change it, so won't you undo? Hey, won't you undo the stairs system of loving you? This one-sided session doesn't leave me time to breathe. Hey, could you text me how I can forget you so I can be free? Our beat is gonna sink. Coming back to tempo, I think. I don't like this version of me, but I guess I'll let it be. Wow, that shield is really going. You wanted to meet, I'll come running. I'll write another promise forgotten. I've run my own. Why did you leave me all alone? So the bang, bang, bang. You must be joking. You think you'll ever understand exactly how much I've given for you. This burning damage is so unreal. Beto's almost dead. Shut it, bang, bang, bang. Straight down to hell if you can't tell if we keep going this way. I'll never change it, so won't you undo? Hey, won't you undo this dire symptom of loving you? That burning damage was wild. I don't know any other good rock spots. That's not true. There was only wish that I could be with you in the end. There's no one else I wanna love. Just but can't you understand? And should have bang, bang, bang. I think you've known all along through every song that I'll keep loving you now until forever. I know that you do. I know that you do. Come on, think I'm pretty strong. You to shut it, bang, bang, bang. You hold me tight, but now you're better than that. You'll never call back, so won't you undo? Hey, won't you undo the stare symptom of loving you? This one-sided obsession with you couldn't be healthy for me. Hey, could you text me how I can forget you so I can be free? Do you think that you can find it and you can love me again? I'll text you when I put myself together, so wait for me then. I'm also not singing Cool Kids. I'm not singing Cool Kids. got me through this world again. Don't something. Don't you something, right? Yeah. And if you want something, don't something and something, yeah. One more thing, something. Oh, words all over again, all over again. That being said, it's not as bad as it could be. Yes, I agree. I really truly agree. It's plain to see something. It's plain. Oh, I could level this up. So I guess what I'm thinking of is, are there any enemies that are on daily timer that I want to go fight because they've reset for drops? That's why I fought the specters, because I historically never fight them and then run into all sorts of situations where I don't have enough of their materials. Similar with the statuettes, although I don't think I'm gonna ever need more of these. I needed them for Aqua, I believe. But the only other person who uses them is Ayato with Haran something. Whatever his sword is called. Haran something. Transformer, right? Parametric transformer? Yes. Well, I don't think this is actually any faster than my Bennett method, but it's funnier, so we'll do this. Just as I was about to take my something. Just as I was about to something, yeah. Something, yeah. Something, yeah. Something, yeah. Something, yeah. Something, yeah. Do. Oh, wait a minute, what did I just say? I couldn't care less either way. Something, words. I don't really remember the word. Oh, I said words twice. Might replay it. That's a very good. That's a very good pun. It's a very good play on words. My R? I had a feeling that was a case of autocorrect or something. Oh, I didn't find anything in it. These are the best, I think, for me right now. Oh, that is some... I put it too far away, but Nahida roasting herself almost to death. That's not good. This is a job for Sanganomiya Fish Lady, as Ito called her. I should have just put that over here so the Karage could be... Well, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Yay, that's what I wanted. My R's are, especially Discover, is in a really weird key. Everything except the chorus is in a nice key. It's such a mystery to me.
Just as I was about to take my shoes off for the rooftop, there I see
Wait for me, despite myself I go and flee. Oh, scream, do it please. Well, wait a minute, what did I just say? I couldn't care less either way.
To be honest, I was
somewhat this was an opportunity missed. The girl straight hair told me her woes. You've probably heard it all before. I really thought he would be the one, but then he was done. Sakes, please, are you serious? I just can't. Oh, my finger. The reason he got here before you. Are you upset that you can't get what you had? He's lucky that you never been robbed of anything. Listening, the girl with braided hair then disappeared. Oh, I already hit my weekly limit? No way. So I thought, look at my shoes off. Wait, actually, hold on, I'm gonna look for something. Everyone steals. I think with anyone here. I don't have it downloaded. Okay. I was gonna use the lyre player because I have my MIDI files for the lyre. I can just play the MIDI files. They're not gonna sound as cool. They're just gonna sound like normal MIDI files. So they're not gonna sound as funky as they'd be on like the lyre or the guitar or whatever it is. It's in this folder, right? Where is it? It's so quiet. Is it started? I can barely hear it. It's so quiet. That's so quiet. Do it fly. Ah. That's so quiet. Here we go. This better be loud. This better be extraordinarily loud. To side, side, side to side. Okay, stop that. Do, 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 do. Okay, that's enough of that. It works better when they're actually like in the lyre, in the application. What is this?
3にいつ
いつでもそれた私の恋心勝手に進んだから知るがつのつぶぶそしていつでもそれる
セットよりのネタを私とあなたの恋の駆け引き
Is this just a bunch? Is it?
私一人
It's just a compilation. Okay, okay. Where's her first original song? The one that I actually ended up with a good lyric set for. 3に1で結ばれた
You must
瀬
prepare
戸
for
領
hardship.
地を勝手に進んだから Oh, this one was good.
Mama,
I don't like you and she likes everyone.
And
And I never like to admit that I was wrong.
And
Not so caught up in my job. Didn't see what's going on, but now I know. Sleeping on my own, 'cause if you like the way you look that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. Here it is. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, then you should go and love yourself. Stop. Before YouTube starts auto-playing shorts, I don't need this. Here's what I was talking about earlier. Genshin, you're so loud. Mondset, you're so loud. You're just so incredibly cute. It's what I want to hear. That looks nice, I guess. That's so good. And what if you can say that I don't look different or look the same? It's still important to me, even if it seems. Oh, that's not the right order. It's supposed to be, even if it seems silly, it's still important to me. Remember, please. And then I thought about, what if I had done an alternate thing where I spun around the syllables, and I tried it, and I actually did sing it. One, I didn't like it because it changed silly to dumb, and I thought dumb was a little much. I thought dumb was a little harsh. I thought silly was more in line with the tone. But also, it theoretically sounded nicer, but ended up not sounding nicer, which I thought was very bizarre. The Idol 16 belt acapella. She just can't show she's weak, cause no one really wants to know or see the thing she's keeping buried special, thing she likes. She'll always carry, and that's surely, truly, really I. Wreaking havoc on the media, she smiles bright. There's a secret that she really has to keep inside. Lies piling high till I love you is her very life. That's exactly just the kind of love I'm calling mine. To my precious little aqua, through the sweat you shine. To my precious little ruby, let this island hide. Singing and then dancing, I am merry and I'm so divine. Yeah, just the finest love is made from pretty lies. Doodle doodle doo. I have yet to be so loved for being me, and it's true. I don't know any other soul I meet. I still believe this lie will set me free. It'll be as I dream. The truth you will see. Truth I will see. Truth you will see. That is my belief. One day I'm sure I'll have it all, because I found I'm a rash, unbridled, greedy kind of idol. Just wanna love without a doubt, wanna love as me, so I let them out those lies. Again I try to hide, I'm wishing for a time, wishing for a time I'll even find these words are true within my own life, and even say the only ones I haven't even said this to, 'cause I'm afraid I kind of overdue. I finally said it too, and it's really true. I love you too. Do 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 do. Oh, that started turning into Ite at the end there. Okay, so did we determine new fastest bosses? Did we determine new fastest bosses? It used to be the Inazuma Triad, and I think I've found new faster bosses. But I think we're still gonna do the Inazuma Triad. Because why not? Yeah, let's continue to do that. Although we can have some fun with PMA. We can have some fun with PMA. Let's do... Let's do... this.
I'll bring my seasonings.
What else is in here? Do 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 do. Bukatsu gaide kimi to warao. What was that sound? Was that Xiangling eating an apple? I'm not tabbed into Genshin. Ugh. That's a hair. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, I don't know what happened to it. Somehow I got a hair in my mouth. San ni ichitemu sureta anata no koi kokoro katte ni sunanda kara. That one and Soba. I feel like I should do Soba again and then like actually think about it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That kind of reminds me of Tear in My Heart, but it never starts. Do 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 do. 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 Sometimes you gotta bleed to know, do 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 do, but it never happens. It never starts. That you're alive and have a soul. But it takes someone to come around and show me how. She's a tear in my heart. I'm on fire. I don't know the order of the lyrics. She's a tear in my heart. She's a carver. She's a butcher with a smile. Cut me higher than I've ever been. Do 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 do. The songs on the radio are okay. Do 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 do. But my taste in music is your face. Do 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 do. And it takes someone to come around to show me how. She's a tear in my heart. I'm alive. A fire? I don't know. I don't really know the song that well. Oof. That was a well-timed one. That was perfect timing for that. Alright, it's time. Compared to the event? Compared to the event Oceanid, this one's gonna be nothing. Piece of cake. Compared to the event Oceanid, this is gonna be easy. Bruh. Well, nothing I can do about that one, I guess. Well, that's also annoying. Nobody likes Lightning Cage. Nobody likes Lightning Cage. It's a time waster. It's a time waster. It's not fun. And then... And the, yep. Swing, batter, 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 batter. Oh, that was actually a lot faster than I thought it was going to be. Alright. Pyro Cube. Then there's me who forgets to run from it. Oh no. Oh no. Lightning Cube. Lightning Cube? Lightning Cage. Thunder Cage. Isn't that like a thing in WWE? That sounds like a WWE kind of thing. Do we want to bring Kokomi? Or Kokomi? Or Kokomi? Or do we want to bring Xingqiu? I think we want... Nah... We're gonna bring Kokomi. Kokomi's got... Kokomi's got her normal attacks and her skill. And this crab. What a team. What a team this is. Dion is there for emotional support. Well, and I guess to provide a shield, so I don't have to deal with this guy's antics. Go! Go! And this crab. You have my sword, and my bow, and my crab. Bruh. My face when it doesn't crit. There we go. There were 6 attacks in that, and 3 of them didn't crit. As expected, a 58% crit rate. Okay, so there are now 2 more bosses that we need to defeat in order to hit our 10 for the week. We're gonna go to this guy next, just because it's a 1.0 boss. He's easy. He's got barely any health. He's got, what, 100,000 health? At best. He's somebody that we can defeat with the likes of Yanfei and Kokomi.
Ready for trial.
I can already see it now. They could be like characters in a story problem. Kokomi is being brought to court and hires Yanfei as her lawyer. If Yanfei charges a higher rate to meet outside of the... If Yanfei charges 21,000 more per hour, but charges a higher rate to meet outside of the office...
Motion to compel.
Oh, Karage ran out. Rip. Oh, that reminds me. I talked about this earlier. Now's the perfect time to check it.
Eula saved me once, and we've kept up correspondence ever since. She's very familiar with the Knights of Favonius' legislation, but has never been one to be bound by convention. She uses cunning logic to deal with problems flexibly. Perhaps the reason we get along so easily is that I'm a similar type myself. Still, I'll never acquire that carefree spirit of hers. We are in very different professions after all.
This one's a long story. We ended up saving her life once when we were tracking down a batch of dangerous cargo that belonged to the Abyss Order. The Abyss Order had packed it up like regular cargo and wanted it shipped from Dornman Port to Liyue Harbor. She was acting as a consultant for the merchant vessel, where she discovered something in the cargo, and then began to investigate, putting herself in grave danger. Had we arrived just a few minutes later, it's likely she wouldn't have been so fortunate. We've kept in touch ever since. I like how smart she is. She knows the rules, but she also knows how to be flexible and act according to the situation. A few of the knights would do well to take a leaf out of her book. Also, with her smarts, maybe she could help me track someone down that I've been looking for. She does owe me a favor from last time, after all.
They have never been in an official setting before. How does she feel about D-Luke? I feel like she'd be pretty chill with D-Luke.
I don't get along with some of the knights, and he doesn't think much of them in general, so you'd think that would make us allies. But the way he always acts so aloof. He's even worse than acting Grandmaster Jean. I want nothing to do with him.
Oh, rip. Rip. Although calling him worse than Jean is an interesting statement. Because on one hand, Eula probably abhors Jean's workaholic, like, work ethic and personality. But on the other hand, they, like, have tea together. They have afternoon tea together, so... What are you gonna do? She hates Jean professionally, and she's okay with her personally. D-Luke, on the other hand. She's okay with him professionally and does not like him personally. What a twist.
What's our objective?
No, not falling for Eula. It's the three of them here. If you're a Jaluk shipper, it means one less character for competition. When are we gonna get the secret fourth clan? When are we gonna get the secret fourth clan hidden somewhere in Mondstadt? The one they call the ultimate plot device. Watch out for them. Danganronpa reference. When are we gonna get a fourth one so we can have a full Mondstadt aristocracy team? And I'm not counting Kaya. Sorry, Kaya. I'm not counting you, even though you're an Albrecht. And even though you're officially part of the Dragoniter family. I want different heads of households. I didn't even realize they were shipped. Jaluke's probably... I would say it's probably one of the top ships alongside... Let's pull up the ship teams. Especially for them. So, the main competition, I guess, is... I'll order this. You've got a lot of... You got a lot of Lisa Jean shippers, right? Partially because people love to ship ladies together. And two, Lisa has a voice line where she's like, "Oh, sorry, Jean. Yeah, I'll get up right away." And then she goes, "Oh, wait, Traveler? Oops, sorry." Let's see, where is it?
Good morning, Jean. Oh, it's you. Sorry, dear. Time for
And then, so people like Lisa and Jean, and then people like Jean and D-Luke. And then, what are some other big ones? Oh. The favoritism. Where is he? Zhongli and Child's a big one. Zhongli and Child's a big one. Obviously Yai and A.
Amuse me.
Ginger. Yes. Oh, and how could... I'd be remiss not to mention...
Let's finish this quickly.
I'd be remiss not to mention Ganqing. Or, whatever you call Chongyun and Xingqiu's chip. Popsicles? Popsicles? Is that what they're called? I don't know. Some of them have fancy ship names, some of them are just the classic. We took one of their names and squished it into the other one's names. Some of them have fancy ship names. Some of them are just their names. Neon Eula best fictional ship. Oh no. Luigi's trying to expose me. Xiao and the Traveler. Xiao and the Traveler is a good one. The other one I've seen, I don't have him, but I don't even. There's not even another Animo polearm. Imagine that he's Xiao. Xiao and Ganyu is a popular one. I like Eula Yanfei as friends, like a platonic ship, because I think it's really funny. The fact that they have this random interaction with each other, Venti and Xiao. Ooh. The Archons in general. The family. The family ship. Or from tallest to shortest. Venti and Zhongli's another one. Heizo and Kazuha. Heizo and Kazuha. Where is he? Where is Heizo? Well, if you get Heizo, Kazuha, and then... I don't have Xiao, but imagine if Xiao was here. And then... imagine Sucrose is Xiao. And you've got the boy band, For Nemo. Scaramouche! He would actually be perfect. Kazuha, Heizo, Xiao, and Scaramouche would be perfect for Nemo. Which Archon will Focalors end up kicking from the Archon team? And Scars. It would probably be... honestly, in my team, it would probably be like... this.
We'll need a strategy.
To shred. Or... honestly, Venti and Zhongli equally replaceable. Both provide utility. They're both support characters. Although, Zhongli does have the advantage of being able to run Deep Woods. They're like Marth in the Gaiden chapters of Fire Emblem. What are some other ones? Oh. Bennett and Bababa.
Wish me luck.
Bennett and Bababa. And then, actually... Bennett and Bababa, and Fischl and Bennett, because they're both on the Adventurers team. And then, Bennett and Razor.
We're going to hunt.
I've seen. Who else is there? Oh, and of course, how could I forget? The other big one, Ningguang and Beidou. Whatever they call it, Big Wong. Ningguang and Beidou, obviously. So you got Venti and Raiden, my favorite two dynamics. He sure can drink a lot. But I'll tell you her weakness. Sweets! It's great. It's great. Oh, and then of course there's Eulamber. Right? That's a thing. Eulamber and, Kale Ambar. And I guess there's Sucrose and Albedo, kind of. And I guess, don't forget people ship Diluc and Venti. That's a interesting one. I mean, I guess people theoretically ship all the characters. Like Sara and Kokomi. Although they actually interacted. Oh, look how tall she is with her little... Oh, and I guess, like, Ayaka and Joy Mia, I guess, sort of. But I feel like that usually gets overshadowed for, like, Ayaka and the Traveler. There's cursed ones. Cursed ones. There's all sorts of cursed ones. You can take a lot of characters, just choose random characters, and you can get some pretty cursed ones. My favorite one was trying to explain to people that people ship Zhongli, Diluc, and Kaya. That's pretty cursed. My favorite one is trying to explain to people that people ship Zhongli and Hu Tao together. But I feel like that's just the blanket definition of what shipping is. I feel like people could friendship them. In the same way that I friendship Eula and... Nope, disappears. Eula and Yanfei. Or like, imagine you take Noelle and Kale and Sucrose and you put them all in a room together and they all just look at each other and they all are dead silent and then one of them starts to talk. Two of them start to talk at the same time and then one of them goes, "No, wait, you first." No, it's like, "No, what I was talking about wasn't that important. You should go first." "No, you can go first. It's fine." Ad infinitum. That's not what you say. It's not infinium. It's something else. There's a T in there somewhere. Oh, and how could I forget about this one? After the event, the Tartaglia Yoimiya one, the classic. People are like, it's the classic rom-com setup. Child and Lumine. Hold still, girly.
There's still a long road ahead.
I like Fanon, Child, and Lumine. I think they have a really funny relationship. I think fandom, Child, and Lumine is really funny. Because they're either like super goofy or they're like the baddest couple you've ever seen. There's no in between. They're the two sides of hashtag relationship goals. And there's no middle ground. It's really funny. Who else? I guess like sort of Sucrose and Albedo in the same way of like, but that's really in the sense, that's more, I feel like, in the sense of like the relationship between Kale and Tignari or Lisa and Razor. That you've got like a teacher and a student. So, Scar, Lumine, Aether, Shao, the sweethearts, and the ones that argue. Oh, and Toma Lumine. Toma Lumine.
I guess the housework can wait.
If we go Inazuma, we all know that the ideal relationship between these three is Ayaka and Toma as childhood friends who are completely platonic and there's nothing that will ever develop because I'm writing this story and I'm saying that for once we're going to have a childhood friend or some sort of childhood relationship that isn't going to turn into some stupid love triangle. And then Traveler and Toma because they're so sweet together. Where's my story where I get to have a childhood friend in a where's my story with a main character with a childhood friend and a completely platonic childhood friend in the main character? No romance in any way, shape, or form. When does that happen? When do I get my wingmen and wingwomen childhood friends? Tignari and Sino's? That one's also good. That one's also good. Sino making the dumb jokes and Tignari just going, "Don't enable him." That was the best part of the TCG event when Sino was like, he gave his like pun headline for the Steambird and Charlotte was like, "Oh, that's amazing," and Tignari's like, "Don't enable him." Never, lol. Yeah. I'm really hoping that I obtained a mythic item is gonna turn out. I'm really hoping that Yujung doesn't decide that she wants to like insert herself between Jaehoon and Ina. But I'm hoping and coping that she continues to be the slapstick comic relief in the comic and also is the one that grabs onto Ina and says, "I'm gonna take Ina and go. We're gonna go eat ice cream together. Losers." I'm really hoping that that's how that continues. I can hope. It's my one hope. I please, I need it. I need it just once. You should try out a team of ships you pick and try and fight a boss. Okay. I'll do like floor 11 of the Abyss. I feel like that's fair. Okay, so here's what I'll do. First one I'll do is I'll type in Genshin ships. And we'll go with the top ones that I can do. Okay. According to aggregated results from .esports, Gamers Decide, and GenshinChronicle.com, the top ships in Genshin Impact are Child and Zhongli, Chili, Child and Lumine, Chilumi, Kaya and Diluc, Kailuc, Xiao and Venti, Xiaoven, Xingqiu and Chongyun, Xingyun, Ether and Ayaka, Jin and Lisa, Jean Lisa, Zhongli and Guizhong, Xiao and Hu Tao, and Lumine and Tartaglia. So I guess I'm taking Child, Zhongli, Lumine. Well, okay, I guess this is what. Well, the top two are both child ships. That's not helpful. That's not helpful. Genshin Impact ships on shipping fandom. What are the trending pages? Trending pages. Kavatham. I don't have Alhatham. Arlabina. Neither one of those characters are out yet. Sina and Ari. I don't have Tignari. A Miko. I have both of them. Kazuskara. I don't have Scaramouche. Shilumi. Kai Luke and Zhongqi. So I guess here's what I'll do. And somehow I've actually, let me just contact Hoyoverse. I've somehow come up with a somewhat workable team. And that somewhat workable team is going to be Amiko and Shilumi, along with Kai Luke and Xingyun. So that's what we're gonna go. And that's what we're gonna go with. And I've got the perfect thing to play for this. I have the perfect thing to play for this when we do this. Floor 11. Any specific... Oh, I probably don't want to have all the Electro characters on this side. I have the perfect thing for this. Okay, so we want... What order do I want to put them in? I have to have Lumine. She's Dendro. That should be fine. This game's still alive. I thought everyone would quit the new game they released. Star Rail? I feel like everyone went to Star Rail, and then they said, now I don't have anything to do with Star Rail. I guess I'll go back to grinding Genshin. And then they said, there's nothing to do in Genshin. I guess I'll go back to grinding Star Rail. So retention times are at an all-time high. Okay. Also, I'll have you know, none of these characters have actual gear. I don't think Kaya has any artifacts at all, which probably means that choosing floor 11 is not a good idea. I'm starting to regret my decision. I'm seriously starting to regret my decision. Okay, so we got Kai Luke and Xingyun. And then we've got... He doesn't have... You don't have a weapon. You don't have artifacts. You kind of have gear. You have gear. You don't really have a gear or weapon. I don't think you have artifacts or a weapon. And I know you two both have gear. So we're gonna hope. And I gotta cue up the song. Here we go.
I still hear your voice when you sleep next to me.
Oh, I forgot that this was
I still feel your touch in my dream. Forgive me my weakness, but I don't know why.
You sent them in unprepared? I did. I was too eager.
It's hard to survive, 'cause every time we touch, I get this feeling, and every time we kiss, I swear I could fly. Can't you feel my heart beat fast? I want this to last. Need you by my side, 'cause every time we touch, I feel the static, and every time we kiss,
Oh, I also don't have a healer. I just realized that. That's probably kind of a big deal.
I can't let you go. Want you in my life.
Oh, they're Electro. Rip. You'd at least put a fully armed character and armed and carried them. That would have been the smart idea. Don't worry. I'm confident that the power of this can carry them. Oh, Laura Churl. Not fun.
Your arms are
They'll make it. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. We might not 30 or 3-star this or 12-star this, but or 9-star, whatever it is. But we'll be okay-ish. The characters look built enough. That's because this is the team with 2 built characters. They make it or they die. It's the only choice that matters. Okay. This is going to be the actual hard one. In case you don't know, and I can't open up my character screen to show you, D-Luke currently has a Waster Greatsword, the starter weapon that everybody starts with, and Kaya has no artifacts and a level 40 alley flash. Chongyun probably has some amalgamation of Noblesse and Blizzard Strayer with the Fish Claymore, and Xingqiu is the only one with a full emblem set with good crit rates and he has WGS than Copium. He has no attack buff, which is why we do have a healer in you though. There it is. There's his. I'm gonna have to just believe in the power of. Believe in the power of. Believe in the power of Vaporize. I'm so glad that all these characters have low burst costs. Tap harder. If I press the buttons harder, then I'll do more damage, right? There's still 3 enemies after this. I got 3 more enemies after this. You gotta do something, you gotta hit them super hard. We gotta, oh no, Aromites. We gotta group up and then hit it until it dies. Got some health on Kaya, nice. Oh no, Beastmaster. Beastmaster, no. Mr. Beast, no. I don't want my own private island for winning Squid Game in real life.
Your arms are my castle, your heart is my sky. They wipe away tears that I cry. The good and the bad times, we've been through them all.
I don't think Xingqiu is gonna live through the remainder of the floors. I think that's gonna be the real issue we're gonna come across. Oh, but he is hitting the good skill vapes. Oh, we also took too much damage, but it's okay. He did a crit. He did do a crit. He has a 29% chance to crit. But in his defense, he does have 156 crit damage because Raiden is currently using the other thing. It was a bigger baby hit. It was. If I stick to him close enough, I can vape off. Oh, they went away. I'm not sure this is how the reverse melt team is supposed to work. I probably honestly should just stay on you, because you probably do more, aside from like vaporizing, you probably do more damage. Xingqiu actually does damage. No healer. Oh, it's just this guy. This is gonna be annoying. Wait, hold on.
I still hear your voice when you sleep next to me. I still feel your touch in my dream.
I feel like I tried to wait for now. I'm not gonna change the gear because I think it's funnier without gear. Did I just like did my brain just like not stop just stop working for a second? I could have sworn that I looked at him and said put them on the second team, and I just didn't do it. I think I was pretty sure I said I was gonna do this because of lightning, electro enemy with electro shield and not using the electro team, and then I didn't. While we're here, we want to look at the teams that we're using. We want to see the absolute nightmares that we're dealing with. This is definitely the weaker side. He has 1200 attack. He's using this, and I refuse to take it off him. He does have 4-piece Crimson Witch. Counts are all 5. John Gun, I only invested in his burst. He's C4. Oh, he does have no Bless, so he is getting that 20% burst damage. He's got Sea Lord. He's got slightly better stats. Xingqiu, 60, 119, 185 ER. 4-piece emblem, Sack Sword, C6. Level 11 burst. And then Kaya. Oh, he does have one thing. He has one artifact. Oh, he actually has Tokubo. Wait, why does he have Tokubo? Oh. Because you have Kagotsu or Ishin. Okay. So, not as bad as I thought it was. Slightly better. But this is the team that actually has gear and is actually going to be useful. 34, 150 again. A 5-star carrier. End of the line. He's 2-piece. Oh, why does he have Pale Flame? Oops. He's missing a sand. No constellations. 588. Lumine. C5. I don't know where this last one is. I think it's a reward for something I haven't done. Get his sand. Oh, 4-piece Deep Woods and Favonius. You're not using this, are you? No. Slightly better. Raiden, actual crit ratio, sort of. Oh, she actually, oh. Right, Toma. There we go. C3, 913. Actual weapon. Actual ratio. Actual ratio 76, 230. 2200 attack. He'll be your carry god in the game. Constant swapping characters, which you know. He has horrible posture. It's because he's bored with everything. He studied the blade. How dare you say he has bad posture? He actually did though. He's one of that's not even a joke. Out of all the characters in Genshin, he really did study the blade. That's like a canonical thing. Why did these have to be the top Genshin ships? Why did these have to be the top ship? Genshin community, why did you do this to me? Why did I do this to myself? Oh, Kaya also doesn't look like he pre-finals. That's really weird. There's your answer to that question, Luigi. Kaya being the other character I don't think pre-finals like Eula. They're both try, which is kind of weird. Ooh, there's some damage. Oh, I whipped that one. You picked them? I did pick them. But I picked them at the behest of them being the most popular ships according to Genshin something.esports and players guide or something.com. It was the first search result on Bing, and also fandom.shipping.com. This is what they said. I defer to the experts on the internet. They're doing less damage, you need to crit. They really do though. This was not a good idea, by the way. I'm just gonna be mono. Oh, I guess I could vape off rank swords if I just stick really close to them. Okay, now Chongyun, Kaya. This is so much more painful than I thought it was going to be. Also, Cascade is just going to keep looping on the background. I knew that this was going to take longer than however long the song was, so I just set it to loop indefinitely. I also don't care about getting 3 stars. I'm just here to survive. I'm not trying to be like Jeremy and be more chill. I am just trying to survive. Joe Pesci is fine. Even grind crit, he needs to be a god. If I just swapped one piece with him and Raiden, he'd do so much better. Because he'd end up being like 60... He'd be like 60... 120 or something, and he'd do so much better. You'll never have to swap again. I could give him an actual weapon too. That might be a place to start. Give him a real weapon. I have to leave and attack another streamer soon. All right. I will probably still be here. If you're still on, then I'll rejoin. All right. Why not attack both? It's a full frontal assault. Gotta lock the X-Wings in attack position. Please don't be too long to... Okay, I was really hoping that wasn't gonna be too long to take me out of mine. I've never been so happy for D-Luke's Claymore hit lag, or like hit stun. Big damage. Do it. Show me those 12,000s. Show me those 12,000s. Oh, there's a 10,000. Oh, there's a 13,000. This is the last one, D-Luke. You can probably close this out with
Your arms are my castle,
these guys.
Your heart is my sky. They wipe away tears.
Wait, cryo resonance. Why didn't I think about this? Why didn't I think about cryo resonance? I guess because I can melt with D-Luke and still do more damage than a critting Kaya auto. I guess that's why. This thing is gonna break. I'm also not gonna bother charge attacking. I know it helps keep track of his timers, but I just gotta mash left click. There we go. That was a big 121,000. He's stuck on the terminal. Are you buffing? This team is dramatically stronger than the other team. This team is dramatically stronger than the other team. It is a slight problem when Kyle doesn't have any HP and I have no healer, but you know what? We'll make it work.
I still feel your touch in my dream. Forgive me.
I thought you were making him chug buff potions. Oh, no stars, rip. Okay, so Lecter's gonna be a race against time. We need more HP. I'm sorry, we just need more HP. Drop it down, drop it like it's hot. 12-3 Beast, be like, I'll show you despair. That's why I'm not doing floor 12 Luigi. I specifically chose floor 11 because I thought it would still be a challenge, while also not making me want to uninstall the game. There's a reason we're on floor 11. Oh. We might actually. Don't let him read, it looks too powerful for us. This also, I feel like, highlights the difference between Star Rail players. There we go. He read run. This is also why. This is a perfect example of Star Rail players versus Genshin players. Oh no. Small. What was she doing? Do I even want to risk even like attacking with him? I don't think I do. I need him alive for later. So we're gonna just cope that Yai and Raiden are gonna be enough, which they are. Ooh, Yai, no. You're one of the actually built characters. You need to stay alive. Now no one has help. Thank you, Beastmasters. I guess we auto on Lumine. Yeah. Lumine carry incoming? She is the main character for a reason. Don't mind if I do. Also, that doesn't really apply. I might actually, you know what? That doesn't apply to the second half, so I think I will just take more damage. Xingqiu is really the only one that— oh no, not this guy. You think I didn't have access to the enemy list before I started this.
I still feel your touch in my dream. Forgive me my weakness, but I don't know why. Without you, it's hard to survive.
I don't have a bow character, so I guess I just run. Oh, his Hydro Red's increased. That's annoying. Seeing as Xingqiu is going to be one of my main sources of damage. Please just let it be like an Earth Drake. Like this is a Ruin, Earthguard Ruin Drake. Please just be like an Earthguard like Ruin walkie dude. It's a Mirror Maiden. A Gaffia, no. This is gonna be majorly annoying. I can try to perma-freeze her. That might be the play. I remember when they put Mirror Maiden in the Abyss and she had such loaded health that everybody was like, what even is this? But now she's here, and it feels just like those olden days of her first being in the Abyss.
Your arms are my castle, your heart is my sky. They wipe away tears that I cry.
Oh, that would've been cool if that... Okay. It would've been cool if he got her on that burst, but it's okay. Alright, everyone's almost dead. Oh no, these are frost lectors, aren't they? Oh no, they're hydro. This could work. This could still work. Wait, what? Heal? No, I can't heal. I can't heal. This is the abyss. If you don't have a character that can heal as an ability, there's no healing. That's why I said this was bad. He isn't Child of Bow character? He is. His skill turns him into a melee character. No, Lumine. No, Lumine, you need to Lumine, you need to carry. You need to carry. Okay, now we play the fun part of Genshin Impact. She's still alive, and that's called I run around as Yai, or I guess I run around as Tartaglia, and I let the turrets do their thing. I let them do their thing. And if I get spicy, maybe I can try and run in for a cheeky little... No. Run! Run! No! Lumine! You can't do it! You have the short, medium, female model. Or the medium female model. You're not fast enough. There's one. Run faster. Oh, I got taken out by my own balloon. Alright, guy, it's all up to you. Alright, this is it.
Your arms are my castle.
Yay.
Your heart is my sky. They
Wait for now.
wipe away tears that I cry.
Cheapest win I ever saw. There have been plenty of times where I've just done that. That went better than the time I tried to use characters that were only voiced by people who voiced characters in Zenki Zero. Because that meant that I could only use...
Sounds good to me.
These... Singcho is also voiced by, same as Bennett. So it was Ayaka, Kazuha, Razor, Bennett, and Singcho. Those are the only people I could use. That did not go well either. Although I think it'd probably actually be easier now, just because Dendro, but I'm not doing it. I refuse. I tried it once and it didn't work out that good. I'll stick to using normal standard teams. Thank you very much. Take your umbrella back. And with that, we've just crested 6 hours. I think that's a mighty fine place to end the stream, and also so then I can go eat. Also, but wait, before what? but wait, and then before, did I get my? I'm only 89% to my last Twitch drop. There's no way that's right. Watch for 2 hours and claim the rewards. What is this, Twitch? You're telling me I still got time before I get my 30 Primo Gems from Twitch.tv? Fine. Fine. Brain malfunction? Yeah, that's a classic. Bad boy. I'm not clicking on that. I'm gonna choose not to click on that. Go get food. You better stay streaming.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home.
The irony of
This blade.
after I got water, I
is the
still
last
have like
link I
2/3 of it
have
left
to
because
the
I
land
didn't
of
drink
mine.
water after I got water. Go eat. I will go eat. I need 2 more hours for drops, so stream for 2 more hours. No, what I'm gonna do, and if you want the drops, what you can do is I'm not gonna rate them because I'm just gonna immediately dip, because that's rude. But provided Sinnoh doesn't stop streaming within the next like 10 minutes, I'm just gonna switch. I'm just gonna open up his stream and Twitch, and then just go like AFK and go eat. So good old aubergine. That's what I'm gonna do. In the meantime, we coped. Copium. We got a raven bow. That's kind of an L. But we did have some mild success. C2 on Eula, and now we're also C2 on Diluc. So they're now both C2, and I've both gotten them in the same banners. And good idea, stream someone streaming. And we will now have to find out, since we found out that Eula finds Diluc insufferable, we're gonna have to find out what Diluc thinks of Eula, and he's probably gonna say, who?
Ah, yes. I've heard about her. She has her own convictions. Her determination to liberate herself from the shackles of her clan is praiseworthy. But she's joined the Knights of Favonius.
They both start off so positive, and then they just go, but here's the thing. Diluc's like, yes, I admire her passion and her conviction, but she's part of the Knights, so that's really like, that's like bettering herself and sticking to her own conviction instead of her family name. That's a +10, but being part of the Knights, that's a -50. And then Eula's like,
I don't get along with some of the knights, and he doesn't think much of them in general. So you'd think that would make us allies. But the way he always acts so aloof. He's even worse than acting Grandmaster Jean. I want nothing to do with him.
they're frenemies. They're not frenemies because they're friends. She just outright roasts him. Yeah. They're frenemies. They're not frenemies because they're friends in game. They're frenemies because I put them in the same party and I force them to interact with each other. Okay, last thing we'll do before I'll end the stream. Nilo has reached 100 or 10 level 10 friendship. So unfortunately for you, Nilo, I'm afraid that I'm gonna have to evict you. Yes, this is happening. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to evict you. Get Diluc out here. Rotate. He's gonna stand right here, and Eula is gonna rotate, and I'm gonna make them stand right in front of each other. And then we're also gonna make all the other characters face them, because they're also enthralled in what's happening right now. They've got tickets. They got front row tickets to the show. Making them stand near each other. They're sorting out their differences. Who else are in the... Where is everyone else? Where's everyone else? Where's everyone else? Ah, they're also talking to each other. I figured they'd have lots to talk about. I had to remove a whole furnishing set just so I could fit both of them in here, because the game was like, that's too much for the game to handle. Okay. Look at them! They're crossing their... Wait. Oh, she immediately turned... Oh, it's you! She's like anybody else, mission. The reconnaissance company. Family responsibilities. What's he gonna say next? It's like a soap opera. Analogy. Wine guild. Family responsibilities. Wine guild. Life. Broaden horizons. Okay. And then let's go talk to the resident Hikikomori and her foxy friend. What are they gonna talk about? Fried tofu. Inazuma. This is decidedly less interesting. But don't worry, if Eula ever needs a break from D-Luke, I can just say, Eula, get in here. And now she's over here, staring at this sofa, or this gap between the sofa, one-sided stalker mode in that room. And he's all by himself. Finally a bird! Well, I know what part of this stream's getting cut out and turned into its own video.
All right then.
Call me anytime, I'm here.
Oh yes.
There you
I'll
are.
teach you all right.
Okay.
Mark my
Okay.
words.
Okay. That's where we're gonna end it. That's where we're gonna end it. With Kaveh joining in. And with that, I would say thank you all for watching. Luigi, I know I said I'd stream Hollow Knight, but it's been like 6 hours and I might not stream tomorrow, so... In some way, you're the biggest loser tonight. But I might stream tomorrow and I might Hollow Knight and I might say, please tell me where the map dude is so I can go find him right away and I don't have to stumble around blind. Aww. Don't worry, Luigi. You gotta cram for the test of me asking where, map dude is. If you can do that for me for either Fog Canyon or Howling Cliffs, I'll be right as rain. I'll be able to do it. I don't know if tomorrow I'll be able to handle the mental task of wandering around in the dark in Hollow Knight. But with that being said, thank you all for watching. I actually have something planned that is not planned, but I've decided on it just now at this moment. I don't know where my camera is centered. And thank you all for watching. I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully, bye. There's no music. OBS. Come on, OBS. There we go. I know where we put out a...
Hopeless romantic all my life, surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish to find a lover that could hold me.
I did.
Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical of love. But still I wanted more, more, more. I gave a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so down.
Alright. Inori posted a new cover. And I was like, I'll play that for the ending of the stream. Inori's great. She's got a lot of good covers, like Futures Map. Anyway, go listen to them. Or don't listen to them, you know? Whatever. Bye.